Welcome to the North Sound Riparian Conference. My name is Andrea McBride, and I'm with the Skagit Watershed Council, and I will be facilitating the conference today, along with Adam Aroldi from Skagit Fisheries Enhancement Group. There are several other people who are on our coordinating board for this conference, including Brenda Clifton with the Skagit River System Cooperative, Emily Doreen with Skagit County, Regina Wandler with Skagit Land Trust, and Paul Cheragino from NOAA.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. So this is our second annual conference, and these conferences are part of our Riparian Implementers Work Group, which is partially funded by the Washington Recreation and Conservation Office Salmon Recovery Fund Board. We put together this work group to help riparian implementers share information to improve riparian planting projects. We felt that there was a lot of funding going towards implementing projects and goals like planting trees, but not a lot of funding going towards monitoring these projects or sharing information that we get from monitoring. And so that's a big goal of this group, is to facilitate the sharing of information. We also have a listserv in Google Groups. It's called Western Washington Riparian Work Group. You can email me to ask to be added to the group, and we just use this group to share information, or if issues come up, there are a lot of riparian implementers on the group that can provide suggestions. In fact, this week or this year, we've had some really interesting conversations about establishing trees on drier sites and reducing herbivory by elk and beavers. Today, our conference is about lessons learned, and for the agenda in the morning, we'll be listening to presentations on the theoretical aspect of that. And after lunch, we have presentations on more of the practical aspects implemented in projects. Each speaker is going to talk for 30 minutes, and then we'll have 10 minutes for questions. We have about 40 minutes for lunch. And without further ado, on to the conference.
And Adam Aroldi is going to be introducing all of the speakers today.
Thanks, Brenda. As Brenda mentioned, there is the need for information sharing and really spreading the word about the implementation practices that work in practice. Tim Hyatt with the Skagit River Systems Cooperative is going to introduce some tools for helping prioritize restoration actions and work he's done with that in the Skagit Valley. Tim is a riparian ecologist with the Skagit River Systems Cooperative, a tribal natural resources organization. He holds a master's degree in forest ecology from the University of Washington and has nearly 30 years of experience in watershed assessment, fisheries, and riparian research, in-stream restoration, and habitat protection. His current efforts are focused on stream restoration modeling and GIS evaluations of riparian function. This presentation will describe two riparian function models, one for stream shading and the other for large wood recruitment potential. The combined models depict where riparian zones are currently most lacking and where riparian restoration will have the most benefit.
So again, I feel pretty strongly that this is just a really great opportunity to share ideas among practitioners and watershed professionals, get a little cross-fertilization of the ideas. And thank you to the conference organizers. I know this wasn't easy. I'm very honored to be invited. So this is some work that I've been working on for a few years now, mostly off and on part-time, but it involves trying to evaluate riparian zones throughout the Skagit Basin. The goals were to come up with some products that would help folks like you, the practitioners, better prioritize habitat and places for restoration, and secondarily to come up with some tools and methods that were accessible and to other basins where they could pursue some of the same measures. So early on in this work, it became painfully obvious that there's really no point in trying to do riparian analysis in detail without better hydrography. The hydrography that we have available in the Skagit, mostly from the National Hydrography data set, but also from other sources, often has very misaligned streams. The stream arcs don't align with the actual location of the stream. This is a problem if you're trying to point out or analyze riparian vegetation and that vegetation is up on the side of the hill somewhere. It's even more of an issue down along the main stems where the channel polygons are quite outdated and probably never were all that accurate. And it doesn't help anything to point out that these cobble bars really don't have trees that provide shade to the stream when they're cobble bars. So the first part of the effort, and it was to come up with better hydrography, and that was a very long and process. And that is its own presentation. And I'm going to skip over most of that and in the interest of getting right down to the part about the trees. But I need to kind of set the context on how we came up with some of this modeling. So there are a lot of advantages to updating the hydrography, two of which you're going to see today. Accurate estimates of riparian shade and wood recruitment. It's also quite useful for fish distribution maps, fish distribution modeling, and thus analysis of the habitat upstream of blocked culverts, and stream temperature modeling, and probably several other good projects that you folks could think of yourselves. So we're not the only ones to want better hydrography. 5 or 6 years ago, Skagit County started off by updating the hydrography in areas that were under the jurisdiction of the Voluntary Stewardship Program, that is in the agri NRL and rural residential NRL zones, which is pretty limited, but as it turns out, that was quite useful because they were working down off aerial photos and LiDAR, mostly hand digitizing in areas that are quite flat, and the ditches flow both ways sometimes, and they covered areas that don't work well at all with the LiDAR derived hydrography that we were pursuing. So what we were more interested in were the headwater streams and the middle sized tributaries, the anadromous zone. In this case, this is a Cold Spring Creek, for those of you who know it. The NHD line is basically going up the ridge between two streams, and we were a lot more interested in mapping fish habitat. The orange is coho, and the thin blue line is resident fish habitat. And we were pursuing this LiDAR-derived hydrography to do some of that. We can only do that where we have LiDAR, shown here. And we had a good LiDAR from the USGS Volcano Observatory for Mount Baker and for this for Glacier Peak in this nearly invisible dark green outline. And then we had the Skagit Flats. And then Washington DNR, after the Oso landslide, got some funding to do hill slope stability modeling. And they were going to do a lot of the Skagit, but only the hill slopes. They weren't going to do the valley floor, which is obviously the part we're keenly interested in. So the Swinomish tribe kicked in $100,000 and Skagit County kicked in 50 grand. And we were able to draw a map with these really funky boundaries that cover the anadromous zone and the riparian zones around them. And we were able to get that flown and then amalgamate all these different layers. And where we didn't have LiDAR, we used up here in the headwaters, we used the USGS 10-meter DEM so we would get a consistent basin area throughout the watershed. So working basin by basin, and like I said, I just skipped over a whole nother presentation. We did the single thread hydrography for the whole basin, and since then, including the area around Ross Lake. But again, in the areas covered by the 10-meter DEM where we didn't have better information, our combined single thread hydrography now incorporates the NHD in those areas that didn't have LiDAR. So what we were trying to do, we set the threshold to try and mimic the streams you see on a 7.5-minute USGS topo map. And we've now got, including the Ross Lake, we've got single thread hydrography everywhere, including the anadromous zone shown here in orange. Now that's single thread. To do riparian analysis, you also need channel polygons, which are also difficult to do, but LiDAR really helps a lot with this. Again, there's no point in trying to analyze riparian zones if you don't really know where the edge of it is. So using digital elevation models instead of heads-up digitizing, using what's called a relative elevation model to delineate some of these areas. The relative elevation model, every pixel in the DEM is not the elevation above mean sea level. It's the height or the elevation above the channel at that point along that transect. So what it does is it flattens out the longitudinal slope in a reach, removes that slope. It also gives you this really intricately detailed floodplain image that is just fascinating to look through. But analytically, you can extract from that relative elevation model contours that tend to follow the stream banks where there is a bank. And then by a lot of cutting and pasting and a little bit of interpretation, you can string these contours shown here in green into something a little more, into a coherent channel polygon shown here on the left. And that's a good start on a place for your riparian zone to begin. Notice that none of that could have been done with aerial photo interpretation because the overhanging veg completely obscures most of the water, nor is this a depiction of the wetted width. It's taking into account the cobble bars and basically trying to, something analogous to a bank full width, but mostly concerned with trying to define the edge of the riparian zone. So where we didn't have, so we currently have these channel boundaries for the whole anadromous zone and then some, up to the major tributaries up to about 20 meters bank full width, and a few down to about 20 feet bank full width, where those channels are really well behaved and the channel banks are really well defined. It doesn't work very well. The relative elevation model doesn't work very well on steeper reaches and cascades. What we have is the whole anadromous zone. It includes a lot of side channels. It separates out the channel islands. There's a separate layer for lakes, ponds, and wetlands that are connected to the anadromous reaches. It is so far incomplete, but it's coming along pretty well. It does not match up very well with the hand digitized from aerial photo stuff, but it does cover the smaller creeks a lot better. In areas where we needed a polygon, but didn't have those relative elevation model polygons, I used an equation to predict channel width based on precipitation, upstream area, and slope. This is from a paper that Tyson Waldo and I did a long time ago. When we were doing the single thread hydrography, we also, Gus Satius took the first stab at this, predicted widths based on another paper by Jeremy Davies and folks at NOAA. The two come out pretty closely, but what I'm showing you today is based on the Hyatt width, which was done earlier. And here's a graphic example of where those worked on the swaddle. The major open channel areas were done with the relative elevation model, and also the back channels and the sloughs and the side channels, which wouldn't respond well to an equation based on watershed area. But in the tributaries that do respond to those formulas, those I created a polygon based on that channel width. So we've got polygons that cover the whole area. The reason that's important is that when you try and buffer out from a single thread, your buffer includes a lot of water. So using some vegetation data shown here in this green from Kim Pierce's high resolution land cover, and comparing buffers off of a single thread channel, a 20-meter buffer either side, and then buffers coming off of a channel polygon, 20 meters on either side, you see that what's encompassed here is a lot of water and not nearly as much land. Whereas here, even though a lot of the land, which is in desperate need of riparian planting, even though it's bare, because you're encompassing so much more land and less water, in these two examples, there was a doubling of the amount of vegetation in the riparian buffer. And if you're trying to prioritize your planting sites, it seems like good objective data on where they're lacking and where they're not is probably where you want to start. So using these buffers, and here's the beginning of the large wood model. Within the buffers, I used a all canopy, all return point cloud to develop a canopy height model within the 150-foot buffer. I also did it with a 300-foot buffer, but I'm going to show you the 150-foot results, and the reason will be obvious here in a few minutes. But within the 150-foot buffer, you've got tree heights, and everywhere else you've got bare earth. And then using the same buffers and the distance from the channel of each pixel from the channel edge, you've now got heights of edge and the distance from the edge. And the metric I want to use is the height distance ratio, on the theory that the larger trees closer to the stream are going to have a higher height distance ratio. They're going to be able to contribute more wood if they fall towards the stream. Whereas the smaller trees further from the stream are going to have a height distance ratio of less than 1. And these would not be able to contribute any wood, even if they fell directly towards the stream. Now, I'm not trying to model how much wood falls in the stream or collects in the stream. I'm not trying to model which trees are going to fall towards the stream. I'm actually not even modeling individual trees, as some folks do. I'm basically looking at pixel by pixel, what are the areas that are not capable of contributing wood, even if those trees fell towards the stream. So that's the map here. And we have that for the whole Skagit. what you're seeing here and what you're going to see throughout this presentation is the confluence of Phinney Creek with the Skagit main stem. But you see that the height distance ratios of less than 1, shown here in this yellowish color, tend to be towards the outer periphery of the buffer and sometimes close to the stream, but pretty dependably on the outskirts. Whereas the functional wood in height distance of 1 is barely functional, but by the time you get up to 2, 3, or 8, you've got the potential to contribute quite a bit of wood, say in these tributaries and side channels. So this is available for the whole Skagit, and you can browse around and see where the riparian zone is lacking. You could see some of that from an air photo, but you wouldn't quite get the same effect as the height distance ratio. Looking at this data across the whole watershed, out of this overly complex graph, I want to point out a few things. Your height distance ratios of 2 through 8 are shown down here with these progressively further curves. But these have been summed up to what I call the sum of the functional wood, represented by this magenta colored line here, whereas the non-functional wood is represented by this orange line here. And what you see is, although adjacent to the channel, distance from the channel on the x-axis, the area of pixels on the vertical axis, what you see is, adjacent to the channel, you've got quite a bit of really functional wood. But by the time you get out to about 50 meters, you've sloped off to very little. That's why I'm showing you the 150-foot buffer results instead of the 300-foot buffer results. But the non-functional wood, by the time you get out to 50 meters, is pretty much most of the riparian zone. But here's the kicker. Adjacent to the channel, there's a lot of non-functional wood. These are your bare areas and your recently eroded, vegetated, recent cobble bar areas that but also the areas that really need the most restoration. Looked at the exact same data according to land use, what you see is that in the agricultural and the rural residential zone, and these two zones look really similar when you're driving through them. But comparing those to the commercial forest and the federal forest by acreage, you see that for the height distance ratio of 1, the ag zones are proportionately more non-functional riparian stands compared to the forested areas. And the forested areas have proportionally more, and as far as gross geographic area, more area in the functional categories of 2 through 8. So what this graph says to me is that to succeed in riparian restoration, these areas in the forests tend to be further away from the channel, whereas these areas in the ag lands are distant from the channel, but a lot of these are close up and adjacent to the channel. And this is the part that's going to have to be fixed to get some decent shade and large wood in those streams. And I'm going to get off my soapbox now and switch to the shade model, which used exactly the same inputs. That is a full canopy height model within the buffer. And again, did this at 150 feet and 300 feet. Full canopy within the buffer, bare earth elsewhere. And what I did was I used the same ArcGIS hillshade routine that many of us have used the same tool, but varied the angle of the sun for each hour of the day on the longest day of the year. So a hypothetical cloud-free June 21st. Use the hillshade to look at where would the shade be at 6 o'clock in the morning, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. You get the idea. Throughout the day, looking at where the shade falls on the stream, and then these black pixels and these gray pixels can be added up. And here's a weakness of the approach. It makes it simple and accessible for a lot of people, but all the hours are counted equally, and that's not quite accurate in terms of heat load. If we were adding up kilowatt hours per hour, we would be counting the noon hours, the middle of the day hours, more than the early and later parts of the day. That's not happening here, but it still gives you a really intuitive sense of how much sunlight is falling on the stream, and then you can sum all those up. So here the scale is from 0 in cyan to 16 hours a day in magenta, and you can see that the east-west reaches of the main stem, even though they will never be in full shade in the center of the stream, no matter how much you grow your riparian zone, they get a lot more sun than the north-south reaches. And of course, the tributaries, the closer they are, the more shade they're going to be getting. So this shows you where the sunlight is falling on the stream, but it doesn't necessarily show you where you get the greatest benefit of riparian planting, where you would get the greatest change, the greatest growth. To do that, I looked at the DNR site index, and granted there are lots of caveats and cautions about how to use this data, but basically taking the site index, which gives you the height of what's considered a site potential tree in each of these polygons, and clipping those to the existing current watershed, which is a trick and probably 5 or 6 more slides that I'm going to skip over, but created a new input model where the height of the buffers along the channel are equal to, are a site potential tree height, and then rerunning all 16 of the shade routines. And by the way, I've got a script that runs them all pretty automatically. It's a fairly simple script. I can make that available to people. But running all 16 screens. And before I go on, I have to stop and remind people, the DNR site index does not cover the whole watershed. It does not cover federal lands. So what I'm going to show you from here on out is going to be limited to non-federal lands, the comparison with site potential tree height. So with the new input model and the running the shade routines again, you come up with a sum of sunlight on the water that's quite a bit shadier, quite a bit cooler. And then it's a pretty simple matter of subtracting that from the sunnier version in from the 2016 LiDAR. And the difference is going to show you where you get the greatest change between current conditions and optimal conditions of a site potential tree height uniformly everywhere. So I'm hoping that this sun difference raster can be useful to you folks in trying to pick out some opportunities for riparian restoration throughout the watershed. Now, taking that data and piling it in, compiling it, what you see over the whole watershed is, and again, this is hours per day on the horizontal axis. versus the area exposed on the vertical axis, you see a lot of areas that were getting 14, 15, 16 hours a day of sunlight shrink down, and the areas that are only getting 0 to 8 hours a day are commensurately greater. Overall, an 18% improvement in shade over the whole watershed, and quite a bit more of the areas getting less than 8 hours a day. Now, this is for the whole study area, non-federal lands in the Skagit and Samish. When you limit that to just the tributaries, you see a very different pattern but a much greater effect as more areas go from more hours to bigger areas with far fewer hours, the 0, 1, 2, 3 hours per day, quite shady. An overall 90% reduction in the major tributaries. So I'm hoping those results are helpful for folks. Before we move on, I want to acknowledge that the initial shade model idea came from Mike Maudlin, Ann Stark, and Victor Johnson at the Lummi tribe, who did this the first time many years ago. And then Gus Satius and Kate Ramsden helped a lot with the single thread hydrography. And if I did that right, then we should have plenty of time for questions.
The first question is, the channel polygons look great. Have you compared your outputs to the channel polygons, surface water polygons produced by the WDF and W HRCD HRLC mapping? I am guessing the relative elevation model based approach could potentially reduce the shading issues for the surface water mapping approach. Thanks.
Yes, Ken Pierce and I have been back and forth about this. The method I used is pretty labor intensive, but it sees the channel banks underneath the overhanging vegetation, and the HRCD does not. You're capturing the overhanging veg, and that isn't such a big deal on the big wide main stems. But what you find is that those middle-sized tributaries, the Jackman Creek, the Bacon Creek, Day Creek, those tend to get occluded by vegetation pretty quickly, and you're just looking at trees. You can't see very far up the channel with the air photo method, but you can with the LiDAR method.
Okay, the next question is, how do you deal with floods and wind which take down site potential trees in the riparian zone predictably?
I'm not sure how predictable that is. Certainly there's, riparian zones are highly dynamic. We all know that. And this is a snapshot in time. I probably should have mentioned that although a lot of the trees further away from the channel aren't contributing a lot of wood now, it doesn't mean that they won't over time. Those will grow. This is a snapshot in time based on the 2016 LiDAR primarily. And it's I think it's pretty amazing to me how yet some reaches change a lot. Most of them don't change as much as I assumed. So I think it's still pretty accurate, pretty relevant in most areas, if not, the middle of the Sauk River, which jumps around quite a bit, and some of the larger tributaries as well.
The next question is, with the shade model, the CHM is treated as impermeable to light when using hillshade function, right?
Good point. Yes, it's impermeable to light. I've tried using point clouds and leaf area index to shine light through the canopy, the riparian canopy. But a couple of things make that difficult. One is there just aren't very good tools. There aren't very good algorithms or routines or whatever you want to call them to do that. And B, the Skagit LiDAR was shot leaf off. So even if the digital routines, the code, the R code worked better, you'd still be shooting light through a bunch of bare alder, and you wouldn't be getting a very good depiction of what the canopy is truly letting through. I spent a fair amount of time this summer taking hemispherical photographs in a lot of these tributaries, and the correlation between what you see in a summer photograph and what you get from a LiDAR point cloud is quite different, very different.
What is the criteria for a major tributary?
You know, I should have come up with a metric for that. It was, I excluded the main stem Skagit, the main stem Sauk, the main stem Cascade, but I included, and it was, you know, I probably should have been a little more precise about this. I included Diabsid Creek, Bacon Creek, Jackman Creek, Day Creek, the larger tribs, the White Chuck, areas that were, you know, not so wide open that it was guaranteed that they would get full sun in the middle of the channel, no matter what. I do have a GIS layer of where I did that clip. I can go back and review that for you if you want to email me. I can clarify that for you a little later.
The next question is, are you considering tree growth in the height distance calculation?
No.
Trees that would not contribute at age 35 would be much taller at age 100 plus and could contribute.
Sure, absolutely. Well, that is what the site potential tree height is meant to capture, is trees going from the current condition to the optimal site potential tree height condition. I did not attempt to grow trees. I simply leapt to the site potential tree height.
Thanks, Tim. Great work. Can you speak to difference between HD ratio and absolute height of trees and function as potential wood in adjacent channel?
Yeah, since I put this most of this together, I did go through and I looked at height minus distance instead of height divided by distance. And I came up with a graph that looked remarkably like the one I showed you on height distance ratios. But it was a little harder to get the axes right. And so I didn't include it here, but you get a real similar result when you're looking overall at the basin. Probably needs to be explored whether you see minor differences in the changes when you zoom into the landscape. Haven't done that yet.
Is the new hydrography, the single thread and the polygons publicly available?
Not yet. The single thread is close. I just did a first draft on the metadata last week, and it's under internal SRSC review, and we should be able to put that out pretty soon. The channel polygons will take a little longer. Again, for other people who want to, for practitioners, I think you can probably get a lot of what you need off of the rasters, the difference between the 2016 and the site potential tree height. For other folks who want to do similar techniques in their own watersheds, get a hold of me and I can help walk you through some of the scripts. There are lots of them that do a lot of this work automated.
I did find one other question in the chat. Can you clarify your point about types of trees that provide shade? Were you able to determine conifers versus deciduous in your model? I think you were alluding to large difference in shade. Is that correct?
What I was there's a large difference in shade because the LiDAR was shot leaf off. So there's a huge difference between the broadleaf trees, the cottonwoods and the alders and the conifers during leaf off conditions. And then to do a better analysis using the LiDAR point cloud, you would need to have leaf on LiDAR. There are a couple of papers out there that allude to being able to correlate the two close enough, and that's why I pursued it. But turns out I couldn't get a good correlation. So I'm not, yes, much different shade during leaf off conditions, but not so much during leaf on conditions.
I'd like to zoom out a little bit now and hear talk from Brian Footen with EarthViews about mapping Puget Sound nearshore with imagery and data, and really how these technologies can be made accessible to communicate and engage with communities. Brian Footen has spent 20 plus years working as a fisheries research biologist for federal, state, and tribal agencies. He has a dual master's degree from the Evergreen State College and the University of Washington in fisheries science and environmental studies. In 2016, he co-founded EarthViews, a social venture that uses modern mapping technology to connect people and waterways. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks again for having me here. Super honored to be here. What I'm going to try and do is talk a little bit about how we can use imaging to empower our understanding of rivers and shores. And I realized, as I was looking at the presentation I could give and some of the examples I could give about Puget Sound and the work I'm doing in Puget Sound, that I don't have a lot of North Sound mapped, and I do have some areas that of rivers in the North Sound that I can go over. So I think what I'll do is I'll go through this presentation real quick, talk about where the ideas came from to do this, and then show you some examples of the application in some of the rivers up north, as well as then going to Puget Sound and talking a little bit about the work that I'm doing there. So, over 100 years ago, these guys, man, the most advanced tech of the time was these cameras, and they had to, this is the USGS guy hauling the camera out into the field. It took days to get there, days to return, a long time to develop these images. But that was the most advanced tech they had at the time. And from that, we're fortunate to have, these type of images, these portals into what conditions were like over 100 years ago. You can go to the University of Washington Digital Library and look up all these old pictures. It's pretty incredible. This is a picture of Deception Pass from about 120 years ago, I think. So, super, super cool that we have that today, right? So the most advanced technology for imaging today is, thanks to Google, was this idea of, totally creating this immersive view of areas. And, they strapped a bunch of cameras on top of the car and drive around, and we get these street view maps that they and others made. The problem with those maps for 99.9% of the areas is that you can't take, if you're familiar, grab the little peg guy, drop it on the map, go on the street. You can't do that with the water, right? So that was a problem that I recognized as I was working as a fishery biologist, and thought that it needed to be solved. And I was ready to kind of move on in my career and try something different. So I contacted some friends who were smarter than me, and we got together and, tried to become a Google for the waterways, essentially. But I will say that, being a scientist, I wanted it to mean more than just street views, right? So I wanted to be able to incorporate data. So when we would go out on the water, we would collect as much information as possible. And I wanted to have ways for users to be able to explore that data in context of the imagery. And also in terms of the mapping part of it, we got in touch with Esri and they invited us into their startup program. And so we became partners with Esri. And so we have this mapping capability that gives us, the full stack of Esri's technology as well. So, but also I wanted it to be free, right? I wanted to have an atlas where everyone could go and see these areas, because not just for science and conservation is this an important tool, but also I believed that, if everyone in the general public were able to access these waterways virtually and experience them, maybe that they would feel more inclined to protect them. And it's been proven out through lots of different research that, pictures matter, right? This quote here, that humans have a remarkable ability to remember pictures. 2,000 pictures with at least 90% accuracy were recognized after several days. This is, from a research paper in the National Academy of Sciences. There's a lot of research that have been done on how pictures impact and stick with us. So here is what we did. This is where we're at today. This is me out on Puget Sound mapping the near shore in the Nisqually, Billy Frank Jr. Nisqually Wildlife Refuge. But essentially what we have is a camera on top. In the past, we had to build our own cameras, but recently some of the off-the-shelf cameras have come our way and are doing just a great job. So this is a GoPro Max on top of the kayak. So water quality meter in the water, and every 10 seconds, the camera goes off. Every 10 seconds, the water quality meter logs a water quality measurement, and we put all that together. So why is this important? My hope is that, I like to think about it this way. If you're in the Louvre in Paris and you're looking at a Van Gogh, and you're standing back, you get to see the big picture and the beauty of what he's trying to bring to the canvas. But when you're actually there, you also, unlike when you're looking at a print, you also get to walk up to it and see the details, this more granular view of the brush strokes, and really get a feel of, what this area right here in the painting looks like. So I'm going to try and pop out of this presentation view and just show you some of what the application looks like and how it works. So if you go to our website, you can click on this atlas at the website, and here's an atlas of all the waterways that we've mapped around the country. 5,000 miles of waterways all around the country, including a few thousand, a couple thousand in Africa with the National Geographic Okavango Wilderness Project. So here in the Pacific Northwest, if you zoom in, you can go up to an area that's familiar with you guys, and I'll take a look at some mapping we did in the Skagit River, and talk to you about just kind of the basics of how the application works. So over here you have a 360 image, and over here you have an ArcGIS Online mapping application. As you can see, you can look around just like you would with a street view. And you can click down the river. Or you can go on the map and hover over the map and find areas that you want to see, and click on the blue line on the map and go to that spot. There's a few tools that are pretty cool that can be used. One tool is this tagging feature. So if you see images, if you see points of interest in the imagery, you can add a tag by clicking here, add it into the imagery, or you can also view tags. And in this case, some tags have already been added that show different areas. If you watch the red icon, it takes you to the place on the map where the tag is, and then you can go to that spot by clicking on the scene. So here's the tag that talks about these this buffering that took place to keep erosion from getting to the road and how it functions. And you can explore that, you know, just clicking around, zooming in. Another river up north that we mapped a little bit of is the Stillaguamish. And we worked with the Stillaguamish Watershed Council and the Stillaguamish tribe to map this river. And one of the things that they were excited about was showing some of the features of the river that they had data for in terms of feature layer services. So for example, you can look at some of the cold temp inflows that they had mapped previously to measure the differences between seeps that were coming into the river and the median water temperature. And the bigger circles have bigger differences and the smaller circles have smaller differences. And you can click on that and get the information from a pop-up, you know, and then you can go to that area where the spring is and see it. Another feature that they were interested in looking at was these engineered log jams. They had put a bunch of structures in the river and wanted to see how they were functioning and wanted to be able to show folks how they were functioning. People who can't get on the river, not very many people get to float down the river all the time. So this was an opportunity, right, to demonstrate how those log jams, engineered log jams, were functioning. And you know, here it is from the aerial view. And if you click on that spot on the map, it takes you to the log jam and you can see how it's capturing wood and building a gravel bar behind it and how it's functioning in general. So that's super cool. Also, in addition, we take, you know, a lot of different parameters with water quality and turbidity measurements in this case. And there's this metadata table that shows all those different parameters. So as you click down the river, the data in the table changes. So you can, with each scene, you have a different set of data. Another, you know, with more focus on riparian areas, this is some work that King County was doing, channel migration zone study, and they had asked us to go map the Snoqualmie River. And I wanted to look at this map in particular because, you know, it shows some of the areas where the bank is eroding. And also one of the really cool, insightful things that they were able to pull out from the data was we have a charting feature here that shows all the different parameters that we collect when we're out there. And in this case, we collected depth measurements. So hold on one second, I'm going to refresh this. What it'll show you is it'll show you the depth measurements for this area of the blue line, right? So this survey track here is the survey miles on the x-axis and the depth on the y-axis, and the deeper the area, the higher the peak. So if you watch the red icon, when you hover over this line, it shows you where you're at on the river, and then you can start to go, you can click on the chart and it'll take you to those spots in the river where these anomalies are. And what they were noticing is that with each time you go to one of these super deep spots, and it's, you know, it's logical, but each time you go to one of these deep spots, it's associated with some kind of armoring structure over and over, which, you know, is interesting information that you would think intuitively, but it's great to be able to just have that at your fingertips and be able to explore it in more detail. So, you know, those those are some of the bells and whistles of the application, and how we try to incorporate data with the imagery. And so, what we do is, we go out and get this information with folks in partnerships, but also, there are areas that I have felt that just need to happen that haven't been happening, and in terms of mapping with this technology, and didn't seem like there was any time that it was going to happen. So when I see those areas, I take the initiative, and we just said, hey, let's go map these, because they just need to be mapped. And that area for us right now, for me, is Puget Sound, right? 1,200 miles of Puget Sound, near shore approximately, and we're going to take that on. So far, we've mapped from Seattle, a little bit past Olympia, about 300 miles of near shore so far. And so some of the advantages of having this more granular view of the Puget Sound near shore, is that, here, I don't know if you're familiar with it, most of you probably are, is the Department of Ecology shore view, or shoreline viewer. The last bit of imagery they took was in 2016. And this is an area here near Lincoln Park, near Seattle, right? And if you click on that area and you zoom in on it, this is the information that you're going to get from that image. And you can see there looks like it's a seawall here in Lincoln Park. And this is the same area from our Puget Sound mapping project. So here, of course, you're just going to get a nearshore water level view that's going to give you a lot more information about the condition of the seawall, and what type of seawall it is, and things like that. So, that's one of the advantages of this project. Another thing that I'm doing in this project is, this is a typical shoreline of, suburban King County area that I've encountered. But as I was saying, another thing that I'm doing is, so as we go down, we're taking water quality measurements, and also I'm counting the birds and other animals that I see, and I'm geotagging them with a voice recorder. It geotags my voice memos. So if I'm paddling along and I see a great blue heron, I say, make a note, 1 great blue heron. And so you can look at all those animal counts in layers. Here's all the porpoises. There's a seal mortality that I saw, and there's the seals, bald eagles. And as you start to click on them, you get to see some patterns that emerge about where the different animals' sightings are, right? And one of the things that popped out to me when I was doing this is that there's this desert area here where I didn't count any animals, and it wasn't because I was being lazy, right? They just weren't there. And when you click there and you get transported to that spot, it's an area that's next to the railroad. Let's see if we can get a good view of it. Yeah, here, this is typical of that stretch. The railroad's up here, and it's just this long stretch of Puget Sound butting up against bank armoring without beach. So that could be an indication of why some of the animal counts weren't as prevalent there, because of maybe the lack of habitat. And finally, one other thing that we can look at is, in terms of patterns, is how does some of the water quality data that we're collecting impact, where, like, show us what different activities are taking place in terms of land use in the riparian zone. It's that land-water interface, right? And what can we derive from the information that we're collecting? So in this case, if you use the charting feature and you look at pH, here's the pH values for the entire 180 miles that we're seeing on the map right here. And overall, I didn't collect water quality data in this stretch right here, but overall it's hovering around 7. But there is a little bit of an anomaly here where there's this dip, and this caught my eye. So, you know, you can just click on that spot and get transported there. And, you know, what I found was this area is adjacent to this gravel mine. And I don't know that, so you can see where the gravel offloads right there, where the barges come and pick it up. And here, as we zoom in on the map, you can start to see where the mining operation takes place. So I'm not positive that that's why the pH dipped there, but it's something to look at. You know, it's a big body of water to potentially have had that captured. You know, you'd think that a lot of runoff would have to be coming in to change the pH there, but it's a way to look at large data sets and have contextual imagery to go with it. And you know, I'm just going to wrap it up there. Happy to take questions.
There are several questions that have come in. I'll just start at the top and go down. One of them relates to the water quality that you were talking about just a minute ago, wondering if at armoring locations there were any water quality parameters that were consistently different, such as temperature.
I haven't looked at temperature. Let's take a look. So you know, there is some variability in temperature, and one thing you'll notice if you go, you know, if you go to the atlas on our website, and play around with this, you can take a look at some of those variables on your own. But make sure if you see some of the peaks, make sure you click on them to see where they're coming from, because what I didn't do is when I have to change the battery every 2 hours on the camera, and I pull the kayak ashore, and sometimes the water quality meter comes out of the water and it's still running. So you will see some peaks like that. Just click on them to make sure it's not, you know, it's not an anomaly from me coming out of the water. But no, I haven't done a look at the temperature from the bank armoring and whether there's increases there. And remember, so there's a reason I'm in a kayak. That might be a question. Why don't I do it faster and use a boat? Because I really want to be as close to the shore as possible, within 10 to 15 feet. So we have the most detailed imagery that we can get. And that's not in a navigable zone, right? I'm hitting stuff all the time with the kayak. Probably going to hit something right here in this picture, you know? So anyway.
Is there a schedule of planned locations to map in the future?
Yeah, so I was looking at the weather, man. It's clearing up this week, right? So I'm going to get back out there. I'm totally pumped. So I'm down here now in Totten Inlet, right here, and I'm in this is what I'm calling phase 2. Phase 1 took me to Olympia. Phase 2 wants to get to Shelton. So I've got a week of mapping, good mapping days coming up. So I'll be out on the water quite a bit. The goal is to get the entirety of the Puget Sound all the way up, you know, to the North Sound, you know, up north of Whidbey Island up here by early next summer. And in terms of timing, I just go when it's not too windy and not raining. You can't have rain on the camera. It's difficult to, like, you can't really do it by saying, okay, what's the tide level? Of course, if the tide's super far out, I'm not going to get good imagery close up to the shoreline. So I'm going to wait. It doesn't do us any good just to look at a big low tide. But for the most part, I just go out when the weather is right.
WDFW habitat biologists used to promote the placement of rock groins to deepen the thalweg of streams and rivers when armoring was required to achieve flood damage reduction. I don't see a question in there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not here to speak as to whether or not there was a benefit or a harm from the bank armoring. It was just an observation that was noted in that study they were doing. I mean, that's the Snoqualmie River is in agriculture land. Clearly, I mean, that bank armoring is to protect farmland for sure. So.
Mhm. Have you mapped any systems multiple times? If so, is the user able to view multiple layers to compare changes to certain reaches or beaches over time? And that
Right,
was a
that's
question I had too. Do you put timestamps and date stamps on your data?
yeah, the temporal aspect is huge, right? Super excited to get areas mapped as much as possible, and you know, all the metadata is here, so the timestamp and the data is here. We have mapped a few areas a couple times. One of the first areas we mapped was the Elwha River 48 hours after the dams came down. So you can go to the Elwha River and see baseline conditions on the Elwha River right after the dam removal. And I keep telling myself I'm going to get back out there and do that, but I haven't been able to. But I'm really excited to get out on the Elwha and do that again. Another way we're going to get temporal information is, for example, there's about 7 people with cameras who are just kayakers who are going around Puget Sound right now, getting more information. It's not related to the Puget Sound mapping project that I'm working on, but it just is other data. And around the country, we've got over 30 people with cameras. So we're building this really robust crowdsourcing program. We're giving them to nonprofits, like the Georgia River Network has mapped 700 miles of rivers in Georgia over the last year, and they're going to go back out to some of those same places over the next year. So that's one way we're going to start getting temporal information, is by getting a lot of the crowd to help send this data to us, send this imagery data to us, and getting us putting it on the map.
Yeah, you've got some volunteers in the chat.
Excellent. Let's connect.
Similar to Bridget Moran's question, have you mapped water quality data multiple times? So that's the same question.
Yeah.
Over several years. So
one thing about the crowd mapping program is it just collects imagery. If you have a boat with a fish finder on it and you can get temperature data and depth data, that's good to send us as well. But the water quality meter that I use, I calibrate every day, and you know, it's a fairly technical piece of equipment that I wouldn't expect folks who aren't trained to use. Plus it's expensive.
Here's kind of a related question. Somebody is wondering if you have worked with other agencies that are already doing surveys, to kind of piggyback on this.
Yeah, that's one. There's a agency in Texas who monitors rivers, and they're doing some flood control work with some of our cameras, and every time they go out, they turn them on. But yeah, we're all about, like, I know there's every fall, right? Everyone gets on the rafts and does spawner surveys, and super excited to get folks with WDFW cameras and have them just take imagery while they're out there doing spawner surveys.
It sounds like you already have a plan for where you're headed next, but somebody's wondering if you take requests for locations.
Absolutely. Areas that you think need to be mapped, let's talk about it and figure out how to get them.
Here's a question again about going back to sites. Do you ever have to go back because there's blurry imagery or inconsistencies?
You know, we take an image. I've had to go back because the camera failed, but we take a picture every 10 seconds, so it's fairly robust in terms of the number of images we have. So if one of them doesn't work, then we have another one just a few feet away. But also, one of the reasons we use a GoPro camera, and we even when we first started, we used GoPro cameras. We glued them to a dinner plate and wired them all together back when we were first trying to figure out how to put the technology together. But GoPro cameras are super good at doing this kind of action type photography. So they're really great at taking a good image every time, even when the light varies. So we haven't had a lot of issues with them.
How do you hope this technology can communicate fishery science and water quality to a broader audience, like policymakers and the public?
reach is the main thing. Like, I don't know how many folks here that I presented to today knew about this, but our whole goal with, particularly in doing the Puget Sound and going, oh my God, this crazy dude's going to kayak 1,200 miles on the nearshore Puget Sound is to get in the press, to be able to get presentations like this to folks. And the more folks who know about it, the better the opportunity for that to happen, right? For them to be able to access this data or to request data that they think is in need. I think it was hopefully going to present to the Puget Sound Partnership and folks like that. I presented to the Puget Sound Near Group. So yeah, just the ability to get in front of as many people as possible. I've been presenting to schools. Yeah.
And how much of the Skagit do you have finished?
Just that little stretch that I showed you. Just this small little stretch, about 10 miles. I'm excited to love to do the entire Skagit.
Yeah, I would be excited for that too.
You know, and to be honest, the Skagit's kind of a big system. So if we're really concerned about having the most detailed imagery we can of the land-water connection there, like, you know, it may be valuable to go down both banks. We've done that in some systems. We did it on the Snoqualmie, actually.
Mhm. How does your data tie in with the coastal atlas photographs that the state has?
So I've had a conversation with him a couple times, and that goes all the way up north into the Salish Sea up in British Columbia. I'd like to be able to tie into as many different photo mapping, data mapping organizations as possible. USGS has so many different maps that have so much data on them as well, that, you know, where this imagery would be beneficial to be married to the data in those maps.
How is your project funded?
So it's funded in a couple ways. One way is just kind of straight up consulting. People hire us to go gather data for their needs, like the King County project we did. And that's kind of a feast or famine. It's, you know, it's hit or miss. We're keeping our head above the water, just our nose barely, you know, from that perspective. And the other is we've decided that our conservation arm, which is not officially a 501c3, it's just something we, like the Puget Sound project, something we just fund on our own. We've decided that we would like to have a conservation arm that's officially a 501c3. And so I think within the next few months, we're going to have, you know, earthuse.org, which is going to allow us to potentially get grant type funding, and that'll be beneficial.
We get a chance to hear from Jon Bakker of the University of Washington and hear about how we can successfully adapt to changing conditions across these broad and varied landscapes and habitats. Jon's a professor of ecology at the University of Washington and has studied restoration in prairies, forests, sagebrush steppe, wetlands, and subalpine meadows. In this presentation, he'll describe two complementary approaches for restoration projects: staged scale restoration and distributed experiments. Staged scale restoration is a strategy by which treatments are tested experimentally and then adapted to address the unique goals and challenges of individual sites. Efforts start small and over time are scaled up while being refined to meet the needs of that site. Distributed experiments are simple experiments replicated at multiple sites. The power of this approach is the opportunity to synthesize patterns across sites. Coordination of efforts, data sharing, and analysis is key and could be relatively inexpensive if centralized by an academic partner. So looking forward to hearing from Jon how to implement the adaptive riparian restoration in a coordinated approach.
So I didn't realize Adam was going to give the whole summary there, but I'll just try to illustrate those ideas through some of these, through what I'm talking about here today. I'm going to start with a couple of assumptions. The first is that restoration is dynamic. That's one of the things that makes it exciting, but we work on different sites and we have lots of different situations that we encounter when we're doing restoration in those different projects. And so every site is often unique in some way that we want to recognize. The second assumption is that experimentation is the best way to improve restoration. So learning from our mistakes or just trying different things and seeing what works is one of the ways to do restoration and to improve the ways that we do restoration, both in terms of efficiency and also in terms of the effectiveness of the restoration itself. But not everybody wants to be an experimental designer or wants to design an experiment or think about things in sort of an experimental framework. Not everybody is interested in organizing or analyzing data. So there are some other, those are my other assumptions that I'm making here. And so I want to talk about these two ideas and how they can be put together, perhaps uniquely in the context of riparian restoration and the opportunities that might offer for riparian restoration. So coordinated distributed experiments. One of the factors that led to this was thinking about how can we identify broad patterns. We're trying to understand how systems work. If we're doing restoration, how can we improve our understanding of when and where particular methods are appropriate so that we can improve the kinds of restoration that we're doing there. And so these coordinated distributed experiments have been proposed that they have potential global applicability, right? If we're trying to understand things on a really large scale, and I'll show you some examples that are done on really large scales, but they don't have to be. And I'll also show you some examples that are done on more regional scales to improve our understanding of what's happening in ecological systems. So let's walk through each of those components of this term. It's a little bit of this phrase, coordinated distributed experiments. So when we say things are coordinated, what we mean is that there are common protocols that are being applied. The data are being curated or collected and maintained in a single location. There's analysis that happens across multiple, across all the different sites that are involved. So we have this coordination in terms of the initial ideas that are being applied, and also so on the beginning of a project, but also in what we might think of at the end of the project in terms of the organization and analysis of data, preparation of reports and figures, and all of those kinds of things can all be coordinated in that regard. Distributed is referring to the fact that we do this at multiple sites. Often, and perhaps ideally, those are sites that span different jurisdictions. They might be on different kinds of rivers. They might be in different kinds of land use histories. All of those kinds of all of that variation can be incorporated into the sites that are selected. And then experiments. And what that means is that we're not just doing one thing at any particular site, but we're always thinking about this in an experimental framework. So we have some treatments we're interested in. Maybe we're going to be planting at 2 different densities, or we're going to be planting 2 different kinds of stock types, or we are doing different site preparation treatments. And we're not necessarily doing all of those things. Maybe at a particular site, we might say, okay, well, what happens if we use our standard method and we sow or we plant at a higher density, right? And we have areas that we do each of those. And then while we're doing that, we're also incorporating some of the key experimental ideas related to randomization and replication. So we're randomly choosing which areas get which treatments. We're using replication, so we have not just one area that's planted at one density and another area that's planted at a higher density, but maybe we have those scattered across a landscape with more representation that way. So I'll show you 4 examples of this. The first one is one I've been involved with. The others are ones that I'm aware of, but I'm not a member of. So the nutrient network, or NUTNet as it's commonly abbreviated, is a a global research cooperative or a global coordinated distributed experiment that's been around since 2007. In the realm of plant ecology, this has been a really influential group in terms of the kinds of products that have been produced from it. And I've got an image of one of the papers. I've got several images of different papers here, and I'll just pause and say, if you want to see any of these, send me an email and I'm happy to share PDFs with you for them. So Nutrient Network is set up to ask some basic questions in plant ecology. And what they're specifically interested in are what happens to grasslands when we add fertilizers to them, and what happens to grasslands if they aren't grazed by mammalian herbivores. And so we have an experimental design that is testing this. We have these different plots shown by this little square here. There's a series of plots, and then some of them receive no fertilizers, some of them receive nitrogen, some receive phosphorus, some receive potassium, and then different combinations of those. So we go out once a year, we add nitrogen to the plots that need nitrogen, we add phosphorus to the ones that need phosphorus, et cetera. And then we just stand back and observe what happens in those plots. And then we have some fences on a few of these plots. So we have some of these, you can see some fences in the image up above here. Some of these areas that are fenced don't have any fertilizers, and some of them are fenced and are receiving all of the fertilizers. And so we can look at, well, what is the effect of these nutrients, and what is the effect of the fences, and understand how these systems are interacting. That design was set up, and then there was basically an open invitation for ecologists around the world to participate in that. So if you want to participate, here's the protocol for how to do this experiment, do it at your site, share your data with a central kind of headquarters, and in return, you get access to all of the data from all of the sites that are involved in this. And so the dots on this global map are the sites that are involved. The color coding is reflecting whether they are just doing the nutrients, or they're just doing the fencing, or some other variations like that. But you can see the representation all around the globe, which has been one of the really interesting aspects of this in terms of trying to understand grasslands as a system. Right? We think about grasslands as many people think about grasslands as relatively simple systems. They're hugely important around the globe. They're about a third of the global land mass. And there's a lot of variety within grasslands themselves. So we use these data to look at things like, how does the productivity, how much plant material grows in a particular site? How does that relate to how many plant species we find in the site? And this was one of our first papers that came out on this topic, and the take-home message is in the title. If you know something about how productive the site is, you really don't know anything about how many species that particular site would contain. What gets more interesting, and this is a pretty busy graph, and I'm not intending you to be able to read all of this in any way. Each of these little boxes here is one of the sites that was included in that analysis. And so what we're looking at here is that relationship of productivity and richness for individual sites. There are some of these sites that have lines in them. That means that there is some sort of statistical relationship. But there's a whole bunch of them that don't have any lines in there at all. So there's no relationship amongst those variables in those particular sites. And where there are relationships, sometimes they're positive, sometimes they're negative, sometimes they're convex or concave. So there's a lot of complexity in those relationships. So we have a global pattern, but we have a lot of variation among individual sites as well. The site that I have highlighted in red there is the site that I maintain. This is Smith Prairie on Whidbey Island. And that's a site that I've been doing these fertilization treatments on every year since 2008. So that's one example of the kinds of questions that we've asked. Here's another paper that we wrote a few years later. So this first paper that we did here. This was based only on what's called our pre-treatment data. So we were just looking at, well, what is the actual productivity and the actual richness on these sites themselves before we do any of these experimental treatments. Once we start to do the treatments, we start to add these different nutrients, then we can start to look at how things like the productivity, how much biomass the plots have, how that changes as a function of fertilizers. In this graph here, these colors are corresponding to the different treatments that have been applied. And the ones at the very top here, so this is after 3 years of treatment. The largest difference here is the plots that receive nitrogen and phosphorus together or receive nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. So that combination is more important than thinking about, than if we just add nitrogen, shown here in the green, or if we just add phosphorus, which is shown in that blue symbol there. So that's an important kind of global pattern. But again, there's complexities among individual sites. At a quarter of the sites that we included in that analysis, these nutrients had no effect on productivity. So didn't matter if we added nitrogen, didn't matter if we added phosphorus, didn't matter if we added potassium. The productivity was limited by, presumably by other things like water or other factors beyond these nutrients. One last example from this is a study that I'm currently working on for these data. Again, every pie chart here is a different site somewhere around the world. My site that I focus on is shown in the red dot there. What I'm looking at here is how variable the composition is. So which species are present in the plots themselves, and I'm characterizing it in terms of whether that variation is due to the kind of the spatial differences among the blocks of plots, or whether it varies among years, shown by the yellow, or whether it's affected by the nutrients, shown by the red and orange colors. And what I think is interesting is just to kind of step back and look at how much variation there is. Some sites have huge variation from year to year. Some sites have huge variation from block to block. Some sites have much larger effects of nutrients than other sites do. So there's a lot of complexity that I think there's more complexity here than we were expecting we would see amongst these responses to treatments. That's thinking about grasslands in sort of in a global perspective, and from using questions that are somewhat that are theoretically interesting but are not necessarily applied questions, right? Most of us, if we're thinking about how we're going to manage these kinds of grasslands, we're not thinking about adding fertilizer to them. We're thinking more about removing or reducing nutrient availability, for example. But there are examples that are doing this in more applied contexts, and that's what I'll show here. This is a project that was led by the Nature Conservancy back around 2010. This was a 5-year project, and it was looking at ways of restoring these grasslands. And what they did in this context was a series of experiments where they did the same experiment at a whole bunch of different sites. And they were trying to figure out which kinds of treatments they needed to apply to the sites in order to improve their restoration success here. Concluded in part that you couldn't do any one thing, and you needed to have combinations of things that you were doing, and also that the best ways to treat these sites varied among the sites often as well. So you could come up with these treatment combinations, and some treatment combinations were more effective than others. And you get importantly, you get a lot of a better understanding of the region-wide approaches or the consistency of these effects when you think across an entire region like this, as opposed to just doing an experiment at one particular site. So this was called the Collins Project. It was funded by the Collins funding source within the Nature Conservancy, and this ran for about 5 years and is not currently active. Another applied example, the Stand Management Cooperative, is through the University of Washington. And this is a long-term silviculture research project. It's been going for multiple decades now. And it's got a different structure than all of the other ones I'm talking about here, in that it is funded by dues that are paid by members. And so you've got a lot of industry, you've got government agencies involved, and you've got academics involved. And they have the same sort of cooperative or coordinated distributed experimental approach. The dots on the map here are all the different sites where they have their experimental plots set up. And so they'll do experiments in forests across Western Oregon and Western Washington and up into BC. And then follow that same standard approach in all of those different sites and look for patterns in the responses that they see to those treatments. And then the last one here that I want to show is called RestoreNet. This is a group out of Arizona, and they're looking at desert grasslands and ways to restore these grasslands, both by seeding and by trying to improve soil moisture in the plots themselves. And again, they're working in multiple sites that span large gradients in terms of which ecosystems they're in, how much precipitation they receive, how much what elevation they're at, et cetera. And doing the same thing at multiple sites allows you to come up with much more robust conclusions, and conclusions that are more widely applicable than you would ever get if you focused all of your efforts on a single site. So the idea of coordinated distributed experiments has some advantages and some issues. As conceived and as how usually implemented, the focus here is on techniques that are relatively low tech and low cost to implement at any particular site. But then those are leveraged to provide high value because you have that applied in multiple sites, and you can look for those, again, those commonalities or those common patterns across sites. The challenges here include the need to agree ahead of time on your design and methodology so that that gets applied consistently on all the sites. Coordinating efforts so that these things happen in the intended scheduling. And then the ideas of data sharing and analysis. And I know with the nutrient network, the NutNet, the example that I'm involved with, we have at our headquarters, we have a person whose full-time job is to organize the data that gets submitted and then provide it to people who are interested in doing the analysis for that. But that's a little bit of a different context, I guess, because it's working primarily with academics and researchers. And so there's a lot of people interested in using the data. I'd say in the stand management cooperative, for example, they also have a database manager who's organizing this, but then they have a more restricted set of people who are interested in doing the analysis and a much wider range of people who are interested in seeing the results of the analysis. And so they're sharing their research outcomes with the partners who are funding it. All right, so now I want to talk about the second aspect that I want to introduce here, which is this idea of staged scale restoration. And I'll introduce it by way of this question. If you thought just about those coordinated distributed experiments and you're doing the same thing at a whole bunch of different sites, that could limit your ability to really tailor the treatments to the needs of a particular site. And this is something that we have explored in the context of grassland restoration. And we introduced this idea of stage scale restoration as a way to tailor the restoration actions that you take to a particular site. I'll just kind of walk through the schematic here, and then I'll illustrate this with what we've done in the grasslands we were working in. We would start here with this stage one, which is this checkerboard up in the top left corner here. And we would have some treatments that we're interested in testing. They could be anything that we're interested in exploring. And we do that in this experimental array. So we have some areas that receive one treatment, some areas that receive another treatment. In this case, every one of these different patterns would reflect some different treatment, and they're randomly assigned across this landscape, across this array. And so we do that. We allow some time to elapse, and we go back and we walk through this array. We might collect data. We might look at it qualitatively. and we decide which of these treatments seem to be working the best on this particular site. And then once we've decided which of those treatments seem to be working the best on this particular site, then we can apply those on that same site to slightly larger areas. So we're going to, that's the staging here and scaling this up. So in the second stage, in this case here, we take this white treatment, we decide, okay, white treatment seems to be working really well compared to these, the black treatment. So we're going to take the white treatment and we're going to apply it to an area that's 10 times larger than what we started with. And we might do that with a few different treatments from this. We can then step back and observe that, again, how that's working on this particular site. And then we can decide, okay, which of these do we want to now apply even more fully to this particular site? And we can do that in a third stage where we now apply it to an even larger piece of that landscape. So that particular treatment has been customized to the needs of that particular site. We developed this in the context of Western Washington grasslands. We were working with abandoned agricultural fields in this context that look something like the image on the left there. And we're trying to recreate a native dominated grassland that has much more diversity than that abandoned agricultural field, includes some rare plants and rare animals that are able to use it. And so those are our objectives for thinking through this. And so what we tested in this particular context was a variety of site preparation methods. These are methods that we agreed upon in conversation with land managers. So we said, okay, here are the kinds of things we're interested in testing. If these were successful, could you imagine applying this across larger pieces of landscape? And so all of these are things that are operationally feasible to apply on large landscapes. And we applied them to relatively large plots. And the plot size could be tailored for the needs of a particular system. So in this case, we're testing site preparation, and then we're also testing some different seed mixes. So all of this work was done with direct seeding in the fall with a whole bunch of different species, and then observing which of those species we're establishing afterwards. And I think it's helpful to think about this. I walked through kind of a timeline of how that might work, but it's also helpful to think about that spatially. This is our study area at Glacial Heritage Preserve down just south of Olympia. This polygon is the area we're working in, and this is what it looked like in 2006. These white areas are areas that are used for other experiments, and so we're not part of our experiment here. But what I want to just walk through is kind of the process that we went through and how that looks spatially across the landscape. So we started off with that experimental array. So now instead of having those cross-hatching color, I've just used colors to represent different treatments. Each of these represents a treatment. It doesn't matter for our purposes right now what the treatments are. In this particular study, we also actually repeated that experimental array the next year. So we did the treatment, we did the array 1 year. The next year we looked at it, we repeated that experimental array a second time. And then based on what we were seeing in the first year, we thought, oh, the blue and the red colors seem to be working the best. So let's apply those to some larger pieces. But we also had this orange color that has shown up there. What this is our herbiciding treatment ended up being delayed a year from everything else. So we couldn't evaluate it in the very first year. So that showed up in the second year of our study. When we came back and we looked at now both of these arrays, this orange seemed to be functioning pretty well. So we applied that to a larger piece of landscape. And then we also did this experimental array actually a third time here as well, just to understand that. But the red treatment that we had scaled up initially, thought, oh, after looking at it for another year, this doesn't seem to be functioning quite as well as these other ones do. So we won't scale that one up anymore. And then in the next year, we said, okay, this orange definitely seems to be the treatment that is the most effective for our for what we need on this particular site. So we'll apply that to some larger pieces. And then we started to also work on some really large pieces towards the end of the project here. And then in the very last year of the project, it was clear that that orange treatment was the most effective one that we had been working with there. And so we applied that to this much larger piece of the landscape here. So we started with 7 different treatments, and we were able to tailor it to figure out which of these particular treatments worked best on this particular site. We actually did all of that. This was a dissertation project of a student, and he actually did this on each of 4 different sites. We started with the same set of 7 treatments that we were going to test in all 4 sites. By the time we were done and we gotten through the end of that process, the final recommendation for what we were going to do on that site was different for every one of these sites. Even though they're all in Western Washington, some of them are just a couple of miles away from each other, but they differ in terms of which non-native species, which invasive species are problematic in terms of soil conditions, in terms of the weather that they experience. And so we had to tailored our final recommendations for each site based on what we learned by applying all of these initial treatments to each of the sites themselves. So some advantages and issues related to these. We start small and we can adapt to the unique goals and challenges of individual sites. If you only did this on one site, then you would be able to customize it to one particular site, but you wouldn't be able to generalize very well. And so that's why this idea of putting together these coordinated distributed experiments together with this idea of stage scale restoration is, I think, so appealing or potentially appealing for riparian restoration. And what I want to suggest here is imagine what we could do and learn if we were doing all of these restoration projects in a coordinated manner so that we could compare across them instead of thinking about each one as an individual project and its own individual site, or maybe it's an individual experiment, but we don't have any generalizability in that context. So again, just to reiterate, we would the idea here is that we would follow this coordinated distributed experiment where we test the same simple treatments at multiple sites, but we would then also tailor that to the needs of individual sites using this stage scale approach, so that after having tested them initially, we can now start to customize the treatments for individual sites as we scale it up and apply that to larger pieces of a site. There are lots of different ways that this could be done. We could test different things. We could measure different things. How this would be actually implemented in the context of riparian restoration would be an important conversation with practitioners in terms of figuring out what are the key things we want to test, what are the key things we need to measure. But I just put a few examples on the screen there. I think there could be some potential helpful aspects in terms of reduced reporting requirements. If we are able to coordinate the activities and we can produce, for example, one report that spans multiple sites instead of having each individual site having to prepare reports for what happened on their particular sites. And those reports and the analyses would be more powerful because they would be based on a much larger data set than would be possible if individuals were working on one site at a time. And I think it's not insignificant to remember that those reporting requirements could be led by people who like those parts of the project, right? If they like working with data, then give them all the data and let them work on that. And the people who like to be in the field can be in the field tweaking these, figuring out how to improve the effectiveness of these treatments on individual sites. So an example here, this is a study from Oregon State. I put it in here specifically because it is focused on riparian restoration projects. And it's this is actually Lucy Law's thesis defense just from last month. This was highlighted or mentioned in a virtual conference I was at a couple of weeks ago. And given the audience here, I thought some of you might be interested in this as well. They worked in a variety, I think it was 12 project areas throughout the Coos Bay area of Oregon. And they tracked the survival and height growth of 8 different tree species planted in all of these areas, and were able to make much stronger conclusions than they could have if they had just worked in a single site. So conclusion, this is a paper that I think the title is worth remembering in this regard. We're trying to improve restoration outcomes to make restoration more effective and more efficient. And the best way to do that is this idea of having a common experimental design and a common structure that gets applied in multiple restoration projects. One thing that they highlight is the importance of acceptable industry standards of experimental design, so that things are being done consistently across multiple sites in terms of how sites are laid out, how large the sites are, how they're monitored, all of those kinds of things. And then the last thing I want to just highlight here, these are some of their recommendations in terms of if you're going to take this kind of approach, really important to think about simple protocols, modular experiments, standardized treatments, and this idea of what we do with the data that come out of these projects is something that many practitioners, in my experience, don't give enough time and attention to. And it's I think a really important aspect of trying to learn from these experiments while we're doing these restoration activities. So that's where I'll stop. If there are questions, I'm happy to answer them. You're also welcome to reach out to me via email if you've got questions, or if you want to see PDFs of any of the documents I talked about, or just bring ideas up. I'm happy to discuss those. Thank you.
We have a few questions. Has the grassland work been compared to U.S. Agricultural Research Service research, or Natural Resource Conservation Service and Soil Conservation District data and programs?
It hasn't been directly compared. You mean in terms, I'm not sure if the question is related to the effectiveness or to the actual products themselves. Some of the NRCS scientists have come out to our sites and have worked on the sites and interacted with us on them there. I guess one other thing I'll just say in that regard, when we have those experimental arrays where we have a whole bunch of treatments that are set up in relatively close proximity to each other, one of the really insightful aspects of that was the opportunity to go out there with lots of different people who have lots of different areas of expertise, and people can walk around and they can just look at these different treatments that have been applied in the same landscape, and they can bring their different areas of expertise to bear on that. So some people will look at a site and they'll say, well, I don't know, it doesn't really matter for their purposes what the treatments are, but this one looks like it's functioning really well because, maybe they're in charge of invasive control and they don't see as many invasives in that as they do in another. Or maybe they're a wildlife biologist and they're looking at it from the perspective of which of these is providing the best habitat for the organisms that they're thinking about. And so they can think about it sort of in a qualitative sense. And then once everybody has had a chance to look at it from their sort of viewpoint, then we can have a conversation about which of those treatments seems to meet the most of the objectives that people have identified. And so we've had some really fun conversations in the field in that context with folks from NRCS and from lots of different agencies.
Have you considered talking to farmers and ranchers as part of the analysis of the data collected?
Some of my colleagues have been working with ranchers. They've been doing some projects now that are starting to work directly with ranchers where they have livestock involved in grazing some of these prairies, and looking at how that can be a management tool as well. We've shared the products of the analysis, I'd say, with them more than most of the farmers I've talked with haven't really been interested in the analysis itself. They've been interested in the products of the analysis, the conclusions that we've drawn from it. And we definitely shared that.
Do you have a repository or other means of centralizing project planning and information to facilitate coordination?
I think it would be in the context of riparian restoration like this, I think there would be a need to establish that repository for it. The Nutrient Network, for example, has a repository that we've built for that information. And there would definitely be ways to leverage that for establishing a new repository for in this context.
While I like the idea of this approach, given the time frame needed to determine success when working with trees, I'm concerned about the time frame needed to develop results and recommendations. Any idea of how long it would take to develop improved riparian restoration recommendations?
I think you could get if you imagine however long it takes you normally, like if you imagine your kind of business as usual scenario and how long it takes you to determine whether that particular treatment has been successful or not. I think this sort of approach on an individual site in terms of the kind of scaling it for the needs of a particular site, that might double the overall time frame, but I would argue that it would be ultimately be more effective because you would be customizing the treatment so that what's being done on most of that site is what is most appropriate for that particular site. But I think you would also gain some pretty immediate benefits from that coordinated approach in terms of being able to assess initial survival, for example, across a wide range of sites and conditions that could be effective or could be helpful for improving restoration effectiveness pretty quickly after that.
With that as a background, I'd like to transition to Brenda Clifton to talk about some of the nitty-gritty details of correlating soil texture and seedling mortality in upland planting sites. Brenda Clifton is a plant ecologist with over 20 years of experience in plant biology and propagation. Ms. Clifton has a bachelor's degree in botany, and her master's thesis is in plant physiology. She's a certified professional wetland scientist, the Society of Wetland Scientists. She's worked for the Skagit River System Cooperative for over 10 years, managing the vegetation aspects of cell-mounted habitat restoration projects, including developing planting and vegetation management. So thanks, Brenda.
Good afternoon. Thanks again for being here. I've been really enjoying the conference so far. My name is Brenda Clifton. For those of you who don't know me, as Adam said, I'm the senior restoration botanist for the Skagit River System Cooperative. And I wanted to talk just a little bit about some correlations I've noticed between soil texture and seedling survival in several of our upland planting sites throughout the Skagit Basin. Just a little bit of background so you know where I'm coming from with this presentation. The Skagit River System Cooperative is a consortium formed by the Soxwattle Indian tribe and the Swinomish Indian tribal community to help manage natural resources, mostly off of the reservations. We have 5 different departments. You from Tim Hyatt this morning, he's in the Environmental Sciences Department. Next, you'll hear from Curt Veldhuisen. He's in our Forest and Fish Department, and I'm in our Habitat Restoration Department. We mostly focus on salmon habitat restoration, and we have sites throughout the Skagit Basin, all the way from the estuaries, even down on Whidbey Island and Oak Harbor, up into the foothills of Darrington and Cedar-Woolley. Within these 60 sites, we've installed around 600 acres and 400,000 trees in the last 10 years. These sites are often fallow pasture lands that were initially deforested for agriculture or grazing, or sometimes development. We tend to plant a majority conifer trees to achieve some of our main goals, which are shade and large woody debris development. Conifers tend to get bigger and make more durable wood to achieve these purposes. After planting, we usually mow around the trees and control invasive species for around 5 years until the trees get to a height that they can continue on self-sustainably. Through this time of planting all these plants, I've begun to notice in some of our higher sites, so, our buffers are usually around 200 feet wide, and when we start to get away from the river, some of our sites have an elevation above the river and the water table of about 15 feet. And some of these, relatively drier sites, I've noticed patches between 0.2 of an acre to sometimes 4 acres where most of the trees will die. And looking at the vegetation, it appears that these sites are drier, these dead zones, than the areas around them. And I began to wonder if this dryness and resulting mortality could be explained by differences in soil textures. To step back just a bit, this study took place in the Skagit Basin, which is in the northwestern corner of Washington. The study sites are distributed throughout the Skagit Basin from the middle Skagit up onto the Sauk River, which is a tributary to the Skagit River. These sites have varying environmental conditions, starting with annual precipitation, which at Skagit Island, which is the most downriver site, is 45 inches per year on average. Savage Sloughs in the middle with 60 inches of rain per year on average. And the Sauk-Suato Conservation Area gets the most at 74 inches of rain per year on average. To get into some finer detail, this is an aerial picture of our Skagit Island site. It's in the lower middle Skagit, just to the east of the town of Sedro-Woolley. It's located right on the Skagit River. And I think that some of the reason you see coarser soils on this site is because the river tends to migrate right through this area. In fact, in this last flood, we had over a foot of sand deposited right in our planting sites. This site has a backwater called Skagit Slough that runs along the northern side of the property, and we are planting 45 acres at the site to buffer out the Skagit River and Skagit Slough. At this site, the dead zones that I'm referring to are about an acre each and total over 4 acres, and so it's pretty significant. Here's some on the ground pictures. As you can see, it's a real who's who of noxious weeds out here. It's fallow pasture land. In 2017, before we planted, you can see this beautiful stand of common tansy and Canada thistle. In this 2020 planting picture, you can see we're planting in a former stand of blackberry. And in this 2021 recently planted picture, you can see how much competition the trees receive from the surrounding grasses. Our Savage Slough site is still in the middle Skagit, but a bit further upriver, just to the west of the town of Skagit. This This site also has a backwater running through it called Savage Slough, and it has Mill Creek running through the western portion of the property. I think the coarse soils at this site are also effects of the movement of the river and flooding. When there's flooding occurring, both the Skagit River can come into Skagit Slough and flood the site, and also Mill Creek comes down and goes into Skagit Slough and floods the site as well. At this site, we have already planted 40 acres. As you can tell, the site suffers quite a bit of pressure, herbivory pressure, from the local North Cascade elk herd. It's kind of hard to tell in these pictures, but the grasses out there are sparse, like I would associate with drier soils, not dense grasses that I see in our wetter planting areas. And in this bottom right 2018 photo, you can see in the very foreground a bit of one of the dead zones. Can kind of see some dead trees and some spaces where trees would have been. At this site, the dead zones were a lot smaller, maybe 1/10 to 1/4 of an acre each. And then our Sauk-Suwato Conservation Area site, as I mentioned, is on the Sauk River. There's a bit of a backwater that goes through this site as well. It is right in the migration zone of the Sauk River, which I think could explain some of the coarse textured soils. Also, the Sauk Valley has been subject to eruptions of Glacier Peak for thousands of years. And about 12,000 years ago, there was a mud flow that came down, depositing ash, rock, and pumice. And the soils resulting from this are very porous. As a result, fun fact, there are actually stands of lodgepole pine throughout the Sauk Valley. And this is a species I would normally associate with more eastern Washington and higher elevations, but they've come down and inhabit the Sauk Valley because they can withstand the droughty soil conditions. So despite the elevated rain levels that we see at this site, it still can be difficult planting conditions. The dead zones at this site ranged from like 1/4 of an acre to maybe almost an acre big. And this photo on the right, you can see, for one thing, how low the river is compared to our planting area. There's a good, 10, 15 feet difference. And you can also see kind of the coarse soils underneath what we're planting. In this top left photo, you can see another one of our dead zones. There's quite a few protectors here with dead trees. Although in our 2018 photo, you can kind of see that once the trees get big, these smaller dead zones aren't as big a deal. They probably provide some nice habitat for the elk in the form of clearings. On our planting sites, we generally test the survivorship of 1/10 of the trees in 2-acre large study plots that are randomly distributed throughout the sites. We plant 500 plants per acre generally, so each plot contains 100 trees, and we put in a T-post, run out a tape to 53 feet, and count the number of trees that are alive within this circle. Since we generally have planted 100 trees in this area, the number of trees still standing divided by 100 gives us our percent survivorship. For this study, to do the soil surveys, I had the help of retired USDA soil scientist Bruce Lindsay. We drilled down holes using this auger, which has a 2-inch wide core. For this study, I'll be talking about the top 18 inches of these soils, which I feel is like effective zone for the roots for our seedlings. But a lot of times we went quite a bit deeper just out of curiosity. And then we determined the soil texture with it using the method, pretty much what's in this chart, where you get the soil wet and you make a ball. If you can't make a ball, it's a sand. If you can, then you try and make a ribbon. If you can't make a ribbon, it's a loamy sand. If you can make a ribbon, you see how long the ribbon is and what the texture of the soil feels like to determine if it's a loam or a silt or a clay. I wanted to point out that a lot of our funding is for planting trees, and we don't have a lot of funding for monitoring or sharing our monitoring information. And so the study I did in my spare time, and so I wouldn't say it's a rigorous scientific study, but I do think there are some interesting trends that I wanted to share with you. So it's a kind of a small sample size. We certainly didn't look at soils in all of our survivorship monitoring plots, just a few ones that signified what we were seeing. The survivorship data was collected different years because the trees were planted in different years. So all of this data is either from year 1 or 2 after we planted the trees. And coincidentally, it corresponded with years that we had droughts. I was probably like, oh, I want to see how many trees I lost. So the Soxhuatl data was collected in 2009. The Savage data was collected in 2015. And the Skyu data was collected after the heat dome we had last summer in 2021. At each of the sites, there were slightly different species compositions, although these were all dry spots in our sites. So I tend to plant mostly Doug fir. So they were all 70 to 80% Doug fir, but like at the Soxhuatl conservation area, that other 20 to 30% was white pine and Douglas maple, whereas at the lower sites, the Savage and the Skyu, the 20 to 30% that wasn't Doug fir were cottonwoods and grand fir. Since our monitoring plots are randomly located, sometimes a dead zone would just take up a portion of the plot. And in this case, I estimated what the survivorship was in the dead zone based by the survivorship of the total plot and what portion of that plot was what I considered in the dead zone. I didn't do any statistical analysis, and I think you'll see why when you see the soil data. And I didn't take any water table data, which I think could affect the survivorship of the trees. So here is the data that I did. This first column, survivorship, and interestingly, you see pretty similar numbers for the dead zones at Skyu Island and Soxhuatl Conservation Area, like 12, 13% survivorship, whereas at Savage, the dead zones had a bit better survivorship, 25 to 26%. And then it also looks like in the areas that did well, the Soxhuatl and Savage areas did a bit better with 87 to 96% survivorship than the Skyu Island did with 76 and 82% survivorship. A little bit about soil textures in case you're not familiar. So gravels are your biggest, most well-drained soils. And then there's sand, which are a bit smaller, but still really well-drained. In the middle are loams, and these are considered great growing soils. This is what a lot of our agricultural crops thrive in. And then as you get finer, you have your silts and your clays. Also, the last word in the name of the soil is like the general type of soil it is. And then the words before it describe the size of the grains within that soil type. So like a fine sandy loam is a loam, but because it's a sandy loam, it's actually on the coarse end of a loam. Whereas a loamy fine sand is a sand, but it's on the finer end of the sand spectrum. Having gotten through that, on this chart, I have depth, 2 layers of depth. And collecting this data, I started to notice a pattern in that when we had loams, and maybe this isn't surprising, we had good survivorship. And when we had sands, we had poor survivorship. Diving in a bit deeper, I felt you could draw a line between poor survivorship in loamy sands or coarser. So even if it's a fine sand, it still had poor survivorship. And then good survivorship in sandy loams or finer. So even if it was a coarse loam, you had good survivorship. To narrow it down even further, I found that if you had sand within the top 10 inches of your profile, you had very poor survivorship. But if the sand started a bit deeper and started in 10 to 18 inches of your profile, you had a bit better survivorship. And within this category, survivorship varied a lot between 12 and 82%. And I'd also like to point out that we plant really densely because, these are pastures with lots of weeds, and we're trying to get our trees up and shade this out as quickly as possible. And also we lose some trees to herbivory and weed whackers and drought or cold years. But our actual goal, so we plant 500 trees per acre, but our actual goal at year 5, when we stop maintaining the site and want it to be self-sustainable, is 190 trees per acre. And this is based on the forest practice rules guidelines for revegetation. So 190 trees per acre is 38%. So you'll see in this category, although it's pretty poor survivorship, it's not unplantable. I think the restoration projects are still fairly successful at this point. And then if you have loams all the way down to 18 inches, you see really good survivorship. Putting this into practice, I have begun to survey soils at all our drier sites. This is our Elysian Meadows site. It's also on the Skagit River in the middle Skagit. And the USDA soil scientist taught me that you didn't necessarily need to do a really time-consuming grid of the entire site, but instead just sample areas that you think might have different soils, so you get a general sense of what the soils across the site are. And me being a botanist, I like to correlate where these pits went with the type of vegetation I'm seeing, so I can communicate later to my technicians, oh, when you see this type of vegetation, you likely have these soils underneath. So at this site, you can tell there are definitely some worrisome areas where you have sand in the top 10 inches or sand, even in the top 18 inches. And so when we plant these areas, this is good information for me that it's not just going to be a super easy plant site with good survivorship no matter what. So to mitigate for the information that I received in my soil surveys, for one thing, if it's a small enough sandy spot, I just don't even want to plant it. You'll see in this map, I have outlined an area that's cobbly sand that is just not even worth planting. And this goes back to identifying what kind of vegetation you see growing on top of these sandy areas. Usually you'll see the really sparse grasses or no grasses and just dandelions, or there's a lichen that really identifies these spots. And so I try and point out to our technicians, you know, in these types of vegetation, you don't want to plant. Conversely, we want to plant a little bit more densely in microsites where we think the trees will have an advantage. So swales, divots, shady areas, and that gives the trees a bit of an advantage despite the sandy soils. I put this question out to the listserv. We had a great conversation about it, and here are some suggestions that came up from that. One suggestion is to remove the grass around your trees completely, not just mow it, because those pasture grasses really suck up water. And there's a great study about this, Hartema and Laterel, 2018, and they put in cottonwood stakes in sandy loams, and with spraying herbicide around the cottonwood stakes, they saw a 40% increase in survivorship in sandy loams. The listserv had a good conversation about tilling up your pasture grasses and planting cover crops that don't use as much water. This, I think, falls underneath the idea of removing grass competition. Also, putting arborist kind of volcanoes around plants came up as a suggestion. There's a dissertation from the UW CIECO 2009. If you guys want any of these articles, just email me. And they found that Western red cedar survivorship also increased over 40% in sandy loam with the application of mulch. Grand fir survivorship also increased, but not nearly as much. I think these top ideas work well in sandy loams, like they mentioned, or, you know, in kind of the, you've got some sand, but it's deeper down. I'm not sure how well they would work in pure sand. I have a site on the Swinomish Channel that's dredge spoils, and we put in compost and then arborist mulch over the top and planted it, and it did really great for 10 years. But I'm noticing 10 years later, I think some of that material is starting to break down and some of our plants are starting to die, although survivorship's still above 50% right now. So anyways, for really sandy sites, or, you know, even gravelly sites, there was a suggestion that they use over in Eastern Washington, which is to take really big cottonwood poles, so like stakes, but really big, and insert them all the way down to the water table. In this Hall article, they found that that could increase survivorship by over 50% in loams to loamy sand, and in Eastern Washington, where it's even drier than it is here. So I think this is a good idea even for your coarsest sites. And then another suggestion was the rapid revegetation approach, which I think uses more of a succession model. And so you go in and plant really densely and mostly shrubs, super drought tolerant shrubs, I'd assume. And then once they have a chance to provide some shade and improve the conditions a little bit, you come in and plant your trees underneath this. So that's all I have. Like I said, feel free to email me if you have further questions or ideas, or you'd like to get some of the articles I mentioned, and I'm open to questions.
And then as you were looking at that web soil survey, do you think that that gives a fine enough picture for looking at some of the planning stages of a project?
Yeah, that's exactly the only reason I'm doing it. I try when I'm out there, even though I'm not doing a grid, to test areas where I can tell the soils are different so that I capture what soils are present on the site. And then I used the same things that I used to determine where I was taking my points, like, oh, there's a dip here, or, oh, I can tell there's nothing growing on that site there. Say, oh, in the dip, there's actually loams, and over where nothing is growing, that's the gravelly sand. Then I apply those same observations across the site to portray to our technicians kind of what I saw with the soil surveys.
Curious if there was any soil nutrient testing performed, or maybe if that could be added in the future as another variable potentially related to soil texture.
Yeah, I think that could be added, although my understanding of nutrients, and I'm absolutely not a soil scientist, is that maybe in these coarser soils, they also wash through. And my other understanding is that maybe our native plants don't, I mean, they respond to nutrients, but not as well as the weeds around them. So maybe poor nutrients isn't an all bad thing. That was actually one of the topics I was going to talk to the listserv about next, was people were fertilizing and thinking about that.
Were success rates assessed for native plants versus non-natives?
These are all native plants that we planted, mostly Douglas fir. And I did not see a lot of natural regeneration in these sites at all. And I didn't look at the success of the grasses because I don't have much interest in pasture grasses.
Did any of these sites flood during the restoration periods?
The Skyuse site just flooded like crazy. Savage flooded before we planted it, but I don't think it's had a good flood since we've planted.
I'm curious what stock types you use, bare root plugs, containers of various sizes. Have you seen differences in survivorship among different stock types?
So we try and take advantage of the full planting season, and we plant potted stock from our nursery in the fall. So we start planting in November, December, part of January, we use potted stock. And then once bare root stock becomes available, we switch to bare root stock in part of January, February, March, April. If we use stake stock, we try to install that in the fall. And in terms of survivorship, I have not noticed a difference, but I have noticed a difference in the growth rates. Our bare root stock seems to have about a whole year of shock where it's just like, I don't know what I'm doing here, and it doesn't grow, whereas the potted stock seems to start growing right away.
Have you observed any natural regeneration of trees on any of the restored sites?
I've observed a lot of natural regeneration, especially in wet areas that don't have grasses, and in shadier areas where maybe there's some other trees for them to get seed sources. But right in the middle of the pastures, I don't see a lot of natural regeneration, maybe some shrubs. On a side note, I did some seeding, and I did some grass seeding of one of our construction sites, and I seeded some shrubs and trees, and then I seeded some mixed areas. And in the shrubs and trees germinated really well, except where they were mixed with grasses. Then they didn't want to germinate at all. And so I think that these grasslands can really inhibit the germination of shrubs and trees. And so sometimes I don't see a lot of natural regeneration out at our pasture sites.
There's another question about why not plant more deciduous trees. I know that ash, cottonwood, and maples are all riparian trees here in Western Washington, and they do well in these well-draining soils and get better root growth for the occasion. Where I'm at, we notice Doug fir mainly up in the hills. not here in the river valley. So this person doesn't say where they're from, but
Yeah, my experience has been that Doug firs actually do better than deciduous species in super dry areas. I've tried, like I mentioned, in Darrington, the Douglas maple, which, goes all the way into eastern Washington. So that's pretty drought tolerant. I've tried big leaf maple, cottonwoods. I think they're pretty drought tolerant once they're established, but I think they struggle when they're young if it's really dry right off the bat. Oh, same with alders. Cascara, I've had pretty good luck with, and bitter cherry so, but I've found Douglas fir, for me personally, survives better than all of those in dry sites.
But Brenda, do you want to maybe describe a little bit about, or talk a little bit more? You mentioned in the presentation just about how you look at a site and come up with a plan for which species to use.
Well, I look at where it is in the watershed. I definitely use different species down in the estuary than I do upriver. I look at what species occur in natural sites close to that. I look at what species are already on site and tend not to plant those. I do the soil space, like I mentioned to you, and I look at hydrology to see if there's any standing water. And then I try and use as many as our native species as I possibly can that fit within the criteria of the site, and try and use microclimates to fit in as many species as possible. So, I'll plant a whole bunch of wetter species where I have standing water and drier species where it's dry, and try and get some climax species into the shade. I took a Western Washington communities class at UW when I was an undergrad, and we talked a lot about the tolerance range of each of our native species, if they liked light or sandy soils or wet conditions. So I rely on that.
Another question from the chat. Did you notice mycorrhizal networks in your soil samples? Did you inoculate the trees when planting?
I haven't looked specifically for mycorrhizal, but we did do an experiment once where we compared, I didn't inoculate these trees, and that's because we did an experiment once where we compared trees that we inoculated and trees we didn't inoculate, and I didn't see a difference in growth or survivorship. Furthermore, I'm a little concerned with introducing non-native mycorrhizas into our soil. And so I haven't approached that because I don't want to, buy just over the counter mycorrhizals and introduce something that's not native. And plus, when I did an experiment with it, I didn't see a difference.
Yeah, thanks, Brenda, for sharing the insights on your assessment on soil texture. And continuing on that theme, Curt Veldhuisen from Skagit River System Cooperative is going to do the next talk on strategies for increasing conifers in riparian forests of the Skagit Basin. Curt is a forest hydrologist who's worked with the Skagit River System Cooperative for over 20 years. He has degrees in forestry and hydrology and has focused his career on mitigating watershed impacts from forestry activities. This presentation summarizes his team's experiences establishing conifers in deciduous-dominated riparian zones. Thank you, Curt.
Hey, thanks. I'll ask the standard question. Everybody can hear me and see my presentation.
Yep.
Great, thanks. Well, it's great to be here and have all the interest in these issues. I'm going to take you to a different part of the watershed. I work for the Skagit River System Cooperative, and I'll give you just a bit of more information on that outfit. Brenda and Tim have touched on this since we all work in the same outfit. So some of the basics. We work for 2 tribes in the Skagit River Basin. We do have 4 programs. Watershed restoration, that's Brenda's program. These are the professionals. With riparian restoration, the program I work in is called Forests and Fish, and our main job is actually habitat protection. We do all the permit review and activities dealing with forest lands and mitigating impacts from logging and those kinds of things. We also do a fair amount of not restoration, but monitoring of the effectiveness of some of these things. So that's our main job, and the riparian work is a bit of a hobby for us. Environmental services deals with non-forest land, habitat protection. That's where Tim does other parts of his job. And then finally, we do have a research and recovery program that deals mainly with fish populations and response to habitat changes. So that's who we are. So anyway, a riparian conference would not be complete without at least one picture of a fish. So this is really why we have jobs working for the tribes, is working towards the long-term difficult job of restoring salmon runs. This is a juvenile steelhead here. So like I said, I want to take you to a little bit of a different part of the landscape, even though I'm in the same neighborhood as Brenda and Tim, which is the industrial forest land base. This aerial here that I clipped out is to show you a little bit of the difference between the area I'm talking about, which is to the right of the white line, the forestry landscape. To the left of the white line in this picture are the lowland areas. The pink lines show you the streams that have salmon. The solid blue have trout, and the dashed blue lines are non-fish streams. And the real obvious thing you might notice here is that the forestry landscape does not have many salmon in our streams, and that's because we have a lot more topography. The other thing you would notice if you looked at a topo map is that the white line is the base of the mountain front, and so there's a lot of topography that keeps the fish down low. The most important work we do, honestly, is the work of trying to maintain the supply of cold and clean water coming off of the forest landscape. The other thing you probably notice is that the forest landscape actually has a lot of buffers on it. You'll see clear cuts and forest roads in this picture, but you'll also see the darker colored mature forest buffers that are being left on pretty much all of the streams that have fish and many of the ones that do not have fish. So it's a little bit ironic that we have less salmon but more buffers, but it's a good problem to have. Last thing to point out here is that the area to the left with the lowland areas in our organization are overseen by the Environmental Services Program and deal with county and non-forest jurisdictional situations. Okay, so as I said, the good news is that we're not seeing riparian zones get clear cut anymore. That's great. That's been the case for 30, 40 years now. The downside is that a lot of our riparian zones still have legacy effects from previous logging. And this is somewhat typical in that we have stands that are deciduous dominated, but yet, as in this picture, there's evidence in the case of a large cedar stump that conifers have been in these environments in the past. And that really sets the stage for the work that we've been doing in forested riparian zones. And this is not a rare situation. This is some work that my former colleague Richard Haight did 20 years ago in Finney Creek, which is a large stream that feeds into the Skagit near Concrete. Those little dots show his sample plots where he tallied the forest vegetation. And then you've got a histogram in the lower left showing the frequency of different percentages of conifer. And the take home there is the far left-hand bar shows that around 60% of these plots had 0 conifers on them. So in Finney Creek and some other places, it's really quite common to have completely deciduous dominated riparian stands. Okay, so that begs the question, so what's so bad about that? I'm sure many of you are working in places where stand and mature alder or maple would be is what you're hoping to accomplish in 50 years, and we have that, so why is there a problem? Well, obviously deciduous trees are effective at providing riparian functions such as shade and woody debris and nutrients and some of those things. But there are some downsides that have been discussed. They generally produce smaller wood that's less durable, especially red alder, which is the dominant species in our area. The ultimate height of these trees drives shade and recruitment, as Tim Hyatt explained quite elegantly this morning. So we like the long-term height that conifers will give us. Deciduous trees don't live as long, so we have some successional issues. Of course, succession is supposed to be the answer to this problem, right? We're expecting that even though we have a deciduous stand, we're hoping to see conifers come back into the understory and increase their prevalence as the stand matures. But we have not seen much evidence of that in low elevation areas. The conifer trees have a hard time getting established underneath deciduous stands, and they really need some help to get going so that we can achieve a more diverse overstory, within the next 50 to 100 years. And then back in the 1990s, in the forest ecology literature, there was some talk about the potential for hardwood riparian zones actually succeeding to a permanent shrub dominated community. And we haven't seen that with salmonberry, which is which folks were talking about in the Oregon Coast Range, but we have seen some limited areas where vine maple is able to capture and stabilize areas of the riparian zone and seems to be able to exclude other species. So we're not sure if this is a real concern, but there's some evidence that in places it could happen. Okay, so what are the ways to achieving a better balance of conifers and deciduous trees in these riparian zones? And one of the ways is through hardwood conversion, which is essentially the clear-cut logging sort of model. What we're looking at here is Finney Creek coming through the slide. This is an aerial shot, and the black line is essentially the edge of where the riparian buffer would have been if they had followed a standard protection strategy of buffering. In this case, a plan was developed to where the deciduous trees in the outer part of that buffer were clear cut so that they could be replanted with conifers and have full sunlight and essentially treated alongside the adjacent forest stand. So this is a bit of the industrial forest model. It's one that we help landowners to design and implement these kinds of plans, but we're not landowners, so we can't really make this happen. So instead, we've really focused our energy on planting conifers in understory and openings associated with these deciduous mature stands. So that obviously has the advantage that it has much less impact on short-term riparian functions. You retain the wood and the shade that's been there. These environments, as I'm sure you all know, are very dynamic with flooding and wind events and animals using these areas. So as peaceful and beautiful as they are when we're out there, we know that things get a little crazy out there at times, and that definitely impacts the work that we do. And my last comment here is just that we're not in the business of recreating forests the way that Brenda and other restorationists are doing. Essentially, we're trying to add diversity to existing stands. So it's a little bit of a different game here. Okay, so these are the projects that we have been working on over the last 20 years. Same general neighborhood as you've seen in previous presentations. The red dots are our main projects with the stream name, and then where it says Grandy, that refers to Grandy Lake Forest Associates. That's the forestry company that has provided this access. Weyerhaeuser has supported our work at Savage Creek. And then the three dots on the right-hand side are at Finney Creek, and they involve access provided by Goodyear, Nelson Lumber, and Sierra Pacific. So the rest of the presentation really focuses on our experiences at these sites. Okay, so what we're talking about here are all salmon-bearing tributaries. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of the salmon water is off the forest land, but in places where we have it, that's where we've done our work for obvious reasons. We're working in riparian flats adjacent to the stream. We are dealing with deciduous stands, as I explained at length before, especially mature stands where these trees are in the later stages of their lives, and we're expecting that they're going to go into a senescence period. And so once we get these conifers established, they'll be prepared to get some additional light and take off and expand in the overstory. And the work that we do, unlike some other folks, is much smaller in scale. Most of our projects are an acre or less, with one larger exception. Okay, so Finney Creek is a stream that you've heard me mention several times. It probably should be called a river. It's a very large stream, a large alluvial stream that has a lot of channel migration and things you would associate with a small river. The reason that we chose to work here is because of its size and the fact that it's dominated by alder, and the fact that you need large trees to provide the habitat forming and geomorphic functions that we're hoping to achieve in the long term. Here you can see a large spruce tree that was recruited by the stream that is spanning the channel, and how it's capturing some of the wood that's moving by. So that's the type of function we're looking at. You just won't get from alder no matter how long you wait. So that's why it's important to get spruce and cedar and some other trees there for the long term. Finney Creek is on the order of 200 feet wide, being full, so it's a large system. Most of our other streams are much smaller. This is Savage Creek. It's about 5 meters, 5 to 6 meters in width. It's very productive for coho and steelhead. In this case, you'll notice it has a nice riparian buffer, but because of legacy effects, it was clear cut in the 1920s that it's very short on wood, and you can see how simple the aquatic habitat is. There's minimal pools or cover to increase the productivity for juvenile fish. And so we're hoping to be part of the solution in the long term. Okay, so what do we do in these sites? We generally plant 3 different conifer species, the same ones in pretty much all of our sites: Western red cedar, Western hemlock, and Sitka spruce. And the reasons that we like those species, I'm sure will come as no surprise to many of you, which is that cedar and hemlock are very shade tolerant. They do well in understory environments. Cedar is a very tough tree. It seems to survive no matter what. Hemlock is a little more finicky to get started, but it can really grow well once it gets going. Spruce needs a little bit more sunlight, but it can grow well. And it obviously is less attractive to animal browse. And then in the Prenz, what I'm telling you there are the downside to these species. The cedar is more of a target for browse. It also can be impacted by cold temperatures. Hemlock, again, has issues sometimes getting started. And spruce becomes a target for antlers and the spruce tip weevil as it advances. And we very rarely deal with Douglas fir and grand fir, mainly because they are more shade intolerant and also become targets for animals, which we will talk more about here very shortly. As I mentioned, we have focused on natural openings in riparian environments. In this plot, I've got things, the total growth after 5 years broken down into these different opening sizes, with the large openings on the left. Those are openings that are, maybe 50 feet in diameter or bigger. The smaller openings is kind of more of a mixed overstory that has a combination of canopy and openings, and then understory is essentially full shade. And this shows some interesting things about our trio of species. The red cedar in the red bars, they don't seem to be as sensitive to the amount of light that they get. You can see there's not a huge difference in growth rates. They do seem to do a little better with a little more light, no surprise. The hemlock, on the other hand, they do definitely grow faster in the openings, including small openings. That seems to suit them just fine. And then the spruce, which is the least shade tolerant of the 3, has a very clear difference in terms of thriving in the larger openings. So one of those things that you expect to have happen, and it's kind of exciting when it actually turns out the way you expected it. Now, we normally, we plant a lot of nursery seedlings, but we've also become quite enamored with dig up seedlings that we find next to roadways. We can find patches of especially hemlock and cedar. We can transplant them whenever we're ready to plant trees. We can be confident that we're getting local genetics because these trees are being seeded by the local stands. So we've found them to be really useful when we work at such small scales. So doing dig up trees obviously requires finding a place where you have some seedlings that are available next to the road. Nobody has any problems with us taking them because they're either going to spray them or mow them to keep their roadway clear. So no issues there. It's nice to find loose soils so you can get the root systems out without doing too much damage. And the thing I have learned from tough experience is to avoid the areas where there's a carpet of young seedlings, because you get a lot of trees, but they're going to be really spindly and they're going to have pretty limited root systems, so they don't transplant very well. So it's better to find some trees that are a little bit more spread out and are have a little bit more energy. The next question obviously is, how are these dig up trees doing? And this is one of our sites at Carpenter Creek, where we planted one side of our project with dig up trees as indicated by the dashed lines. And the other side we planted with nursery trees, the solid lines. And probably the best way is to compare them head to head. The cedars are the line with the orange lines at the bottom. And then the hemlocks are the steeper lines that are green. And it's pretty clear that they grow about the same speed on both of those species. So they're doing just fine. They just started out a little bit smaller at their initial planting size. And so that difference is, they weren't able to make up that difference, but they have been doing quite well for us. Now, most of the time we plant trees with consistent spacing and just intermix the species, but we played around a little bit with this idea of cluster planting, which is to plant the 3 species in a cluster. The idea there is to let the trees decide which one is doing the best in that particular microsite. And so we plant these clusters at a wider spacing. And so because of that, as these trees advance, and many of them have, you do start to get competition between your planted trees a little bit sooner because they're planted so close. And so then we're faced with the challenge of having to go in there and thin out the ones that aren't doing as well. So I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan of this, but it was an interesting experiment. And we'll keep watching to see how they do. So yeah, brush control. This is a problem we knew we were going to face. That all these environments have a lot of brush species that are very effective at taking over these shady areas and small openings. I'm not sure if anyone else feels a little bit of a twitch when they see the blackberries getting established in this photo. That's definitely one to watch out for, as I'm sure many of you have found. Brush control seems to be really critical for 3 to 5 years. And then after that, it really depends on what species you're dealing with. If it's vine maple or blackberry, you better not let up after 5 years, because they could still become a threat to your trees. In contrast, salmonberry and elderberry are trees, or are brush species that our trees seem to be able to interact with a little bit more and continue to thrive. So in some cases, maybe you want to control that, or maybe not. We use a lot of brush cutters in the riparian environments to do this work. And then snowberry and ferns generally don't put up a lot of competition for the trees. And so it's pretty easy to let those ones go and not have problems. Now, the one thing we have learned is once trees get taller than 4 or 5 feet, it's tempting to go in there and do some more brushing and try to give them a little bit more light. But essentially what that has seemed to do is to aggravate our problems with attacks from deer and elk that seem to think that the last tree standing is the one that they need to go to battle with. And we'll talk more about that, but there's definitely a sweet spot as far as knowing when to let go and let those trees fend for themselves and be actually protected by the brush. So as far as herbivory goes, yeah, cedars are attractive. You can see this one had a lot of its foliage stripped off by an elk, presumably. And that's a problem. And we've essentially dealt with that by using a lot of XR2s. We use the large variety. They're 3 feet long, 6 inches in diameter, so that they really provide a lot of space for the trees compared to the small blue tubes or the other types that get used, because we're looking for a long-term protection strategy. So this antler thing is really what was the big wild card that we were faced with that we did not anticipate. And the problem there is that it happens later in the trees' lives once they've been in the ground for 4 or 5 years and are really starting to get above the brush and look good, and you're feeling really good about things. And you come back and you find out that that your trees have been used as sparring partners for the local bull or buck. And oftentimes it is fatal. And so this has been a real discouraging thing to deal with. So as far as long-term survival, at our Savage Creek site over 5 seasons, the trees have done really well as a whole. We have 84% survival after 5 years. We've lost a few hemlock. We've had a few spruce get rubbed and impacted. But all projects have not gone as well. At our Lake Creek site, which was at one point kind of our showcase, after 8 seasons, we're down to 36% survival. Like I said, things were doing great for the first 4 years, and then the wheels sort of fell off. We had a cold snap in the fall, and a bunch of our healthiest cedar just turned red and died, presumably because of the cold. Beavers moved in. The antler rubs started to happen. Some trees fell down. Essentially everything seemed to kind of go wrong for us there. And as far as falling trees, that is one of the hazards of working underneath large, brittle, deciduous trees. Is in a windstorm, they can fall down and take out a lot of trees. You can see there was a bunch of fairly nice hemlock or cedars that were growing under this one when it came crashing down. I think many of those trees have been resuscitated and are growing, but it is discouraging. And then the other thing to watch out for in the Skagit is we have some very large and aggressive beavers. My staff wanted to make sure that I let you know about that issue. Okay, so location issues. As I mentioned, when we're looking for areas with natural openings, I've learned that it's important to ask yourself the question, why the heck is this a natural opening to begin with? In this case, the photo is of a slope wetland next to Lake Creek. We knew it was a very wet site, but we decided to plant some spruce in there, and half of them died and the other half are doing quite well. So that was a risk worth taking, but it's always good to try to understand if there's soil issues, as Brenda pointed out, that could be the cause for your natural openings, and maybe it's not a good place to plant a tree after all. Some cases we found approximately 12 to 16 inches of nice soil on top of a cobble layer that's an old stream bed, which the trees aren't going to be able to get their roots into. So again, soils are important. And then this has been a real challenge, which is the channel migration zone issue, which is channel migration zones are areas where the forest owners have to leave buffers anyway, so it's a good place for us to work. And we like to grow conifers there because we think they're going to be recruited to the stream. We just would like it if the stream would recruit them when they're about 100 years old or older and they've achieved a large size and they can provide log jams, rather than when they're 10 years old and essentially do very little. So besides make a mockery of the work we've been doing to get them to grow. So that's a question of how to assess the risk of whether some of these riparian terraces are good risks for planting and working on conifers. Okay, so I'll pull things together here. What have we learned? Well, we certainly have worked long and hard and had some success at establishing conifers. We do know that it takes 5 to 10 years of hard and dedicated work. We weren't expecting that it was going to take that much work, but it certainly does. And also, even with moderate levels of mortality, we still feel like we are on track to achieve the diversity goal. We're not trying to grow a stand of pure conifer. We're essentially trying to create a mixed stand of different sizes and different species so that we'll have conifers in the long term. And one thing that we've come to appreciate here recently is the issues with invasives, which we're a little bit behind some of the ag lands in terms of Himalaya blackberry and some of these less desirable riparian plants. They're really making a push into the forest lands. And so in the picture here you're looking at, we encountered a big patch of blackberries and really took that on as a goal, was to displace that, to cut those down and to plant the conifers to try to return those to a more functional plant community in those particular places. So in the future, we might use some different strategies to try to really focus on resetting some of those invasive concentrations. Looking forward, hopefully our trees will be looking like this in 100 years or 200 years. But really what I'm mostly talking about is the need to expand this work and to establish a bigger footprint on the landscape for areas with enhanced conifer composition. And this is going to be a big challenge. We're not quite sure how to scale this up. We don't have as good of access to our sites as the areas in ag lands that have farm roads and other ways you can drive machinery around. We just don't have that. We have to hike in and carry things sometimes down steep trails. So it's just going to make the costs be more and higher levels of effort. So that's a future challenge for our team and other folks. And then there's a real open question as far as whether these forest underplanting projects are going to be effective at competing for grant funds. And I can certainly see why there might be a preference to fund areas that are higher, that are at lower levels of present day riparian functions, such as these fallowed fields and some of these other areas. But at some point, maybe some of these forest projects will become more attractive. The next question is whether forest landowners are going to want to do more work or want to invest in this. And generally they don't seem to want to, mostly because they prefer to invest their money in the stands that they're going to be able to log again in the future. And these riparian zones really don't offer much to them from an economic standpoint, aside from hardwood conversion sites, which are not really done all that often. So that is just some food for thought for you all. And that is what I have for you today. And I will be happy to take some questions. And of course, I need to point out that this type of effort is the result of many great minds and people with ideas that have helped us come up with some approaches. And then in that bottom category, some of the foresters and organizations that have provided us with access and some other strategic ideas as far as growing trees efficiently. So thank you very much.
There are some questions for you. What is the range of animal impacts on conifer diversification?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think the answer is it varies all over the place. Like I said, we've really struggled mainly with deer and elk. We don't have a lot of beaver problems that I know that other parts of the landscape have, or the voles, or some of the things that the ag lands tend to struggle with. As The elk herd has not really been a big player until about the last 20 years. They really expanded as the population has grown. So that's become kind of a wild card in that there's a lot more elk in some of these landscapes than there were previously. And we're still kind of seeing a lot of difference from year to year as far as how many animals are out there and how much havoc they're wreaking. At first it was pretty bad, and I think it's kind of become less so, but it's a little bit of an unknown there. So
This is kind of a related question. Do you find that your dig up cedars are less palatable to ungulates, or do they get munched just as frequently as the nursery stock?
yeah, that's interesting. I can't say as I've noticed a difference. We essentially put tubes on all of our cedars, so it's kind of hard to tell. They'll nibble around the sides where they can get access to them, but I don't honestly notice much of a difference.
Are there ways to work around the beavers, or are they just a menace to your planting efforts?
Well, like I said, we only have one site that really has beaver problems. Most of these just don't have, just aren't really heavily used by beaver. And the one site we have them, we anticipated them. And so we actually built some protective tubes out of metal wire. We built metal wire cages because the Vexar really doesn't do the job. So we put those in, and those have worked fine. The trees were doing so well after 4 or 5 years that we pulled a bunch of those off just to let the trees expand their crowns a little bit more. And that's really when our problems began. So we really haven't solved the beaver problem, but it's mostly because it's not been a major issue for us. But obviously there are the serious barrier technologies involving metal cages and those kinds of things. And they do work, but they're expensive and a lot of work, and they fall over, and they take a lot of maintenance.
This is kind of related, just asking about what happens after you remove the tree protectors. Are the trees able to support themselves well, or do you notice any hindrance to their growth, or do they try growing branches through the gaps in the tree?
Yeah, they do. In fact, I love it when they grow through the gaps, because they really do need to expand their branches and take in more light, and they outgrow the size of those tubes pretty quickly. We have left most of the protectors on, and we sort of expect the trees to grow through them. The Vexar does photo degrade over time, and we'll go out and pick those up where we can. But with the increasing problems with antlers and other things, we're really hesitant to pull those off any sooner than we have to, because it seems like it does work as a deterrent for that problem as well, which obviously affects bigger trees that are 10, 15 feet tall. So and with a 6-inch diameter tube, that stem can get pretty fat before it's really being constrained by that. And at that point, those are going to break up, is our expectation.
Yeah, and that leads to the next question, which is what happens after the tree protectors are done doing their job? Have you noticed the tree protectors are broken or lost or floating around the site, or do you have any issues with this?
Not really. At some point, we'll have to reassess. We'll have to keep assessing those, and if they're not breaking down on their own, we'll have to go out and pick those up. I've seen some other types that other organizations have used that are a little bit different product than ours, that are sort of turning into dust after 5 years. Ours seem to be a lot tougher, so I think we're going to have to put in the effort to go out and retrieve those at some point. Places where we have a lot of successful trees, I'm not too worried about losing some more when those tubes come off, because again, we still have a surplus of trees. But that's a good point. That is really kind of the next phase, is going out there and cleaning up some of those protectors.
Where do you source your protector tubes from?
I get them from the same place as Brenda. I'll let her answer that.
Packed forest down in Oregon, actually. And I'm one of the ones who I ask them to add more of the biodegradable elements so they break down more quickly than the tubes that Curt gets.
What factors determine the extent to which conifers will eventually replace or complement deciduous forests via natural succession? Is the proximity of conifer stands, etc.?
Yeah, I've seen literature saying there was one paper that's indicated that it really had to do with seed source. You know, we have a lot of sites that have a lot of seed source and very little natural reproduction going on. So I think I haven't seen a lot of evidence for that myself. The places where we've seen cedar do pretty well on its own are in the coarse soils, the gravelly soils and alluvial fans, and places where it seems to get in there underneath the alder and do pretty well. In like this Finney Creek site that you're looking at this picture of in this slide here, you know, it's a very silty, fine textured soil, and it really just the brush just grows so much more effectively than any of the conifers. So the only place we really see natural conifers is on roads and places where the soil's been disturbed repeatedly. So I wish I had a better handle on that question, because it's a great one as far as scaling up and looking at the landscape scale potential for this kind of work in places where maybe we don't need to do it, or where our work should be more focused on thinning or other kinds of working with naturally established conifers. But you know, we've really focused on areas that have very little conifer for that reason. And again, there are places where it's wetter, finer textured soils.
What's the age range of your installments thus far?
Yeah, they run the gamut from about 20 down to you know, 1 or 2 years. We've been kind of chipping away at these projects, kind of adding one every couple of years. So we've got quite an age range, and some of these sites have required multiple interplantings over time. So you know, some of these projects have different patches that have different ages. So that's been a lot of fun, in that it lets us kind of experiment and learn from our mistakes, because obviously the reason that some of these older ones we're still dealing with them is because we didn't do a very good job at the beginning to stay on top of the brush and other problems. And so we've had to replant some of those, and we've learned the level of effort that's required.
Do the biodegradable mesh seedling tubes from the pack forest biodegrade into microplastics?
I called and asked them that, and they said they break down molecularly. And so their understanding of that is that they don't break into microplastics.
Yeah, I'll take Brenda's word for that. I mean, it makes sense that if the plastic has been formulated to break down, is it'll continue to break down. You know, I'm not an expert on microplastics, but if they're in the water system and getting bounced around and they're getting sunlight, they have to be tough to continue to exist as a sizable particle. So I'm probably getting way out of my element here, but that's my guess as well, that if they're built to break down, they'll continue to break down.
One of the things that Curt mentioned there was legacy effects from logging and land use practices in the past. And that's something that our next speaker, Byron Rot, is going to get into as he talks about reed canary grass and voles and live stakes. Byron is in his previous restoration life was completing in-stream and salmonid habitat, floodplain, and nearshore restoration projects for the Jamestown Squalum tribe. Currently for San Juan County, he works on nearshore wetland and riparian restoration projects for San Juan County and its partners. He works for the Clean Water Utility within the County Environmental Stewardship Department. The False Bay Preserve, located within False Bay Watershed on San Juan Island, is a 40-acre agricultural field that's owned by the San Juan County Land Bank. And this preserve is 32 acres of grazing land with about 8 acres of fenced riparian corridor. With a natural winter wetland pond of about 25 to 30 acres and ponded water in the winter months, Byron will be able to talk about the site history, the impact of land use practices, and restoration actions over the past 10 years and more, along with the lessons learned. The riparian corridor there is being actively managed by the San Juan County Clean Water Utility on behalf of the land bank. Byron Rot, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Adam. So am I up? Can you see my screen here? Okay, great. Thank you. So I changed the title a little bit. This is really the first site that I've ever had to professionally deal with where there's what I call old growth canary grass. And it was a challenge. And so hopefully this will be some information that you'll be able to use. And this site, as Adam said, is a 40-acre preserve owned by the San Juan County Land Bank. San Juan County is the only county in Washington State that has a land bank, and that land bank is funded by the purchase of property, houses, whatever. 1% goes to the land bank to acquire sensitive areas, both salmon habitat, ag lands, whatever. So it's really cool to have that here. A bunch of people helped on this, as you know, with all our speakers here. There's a lot of people behind the scenes, and really, I lost control of the site in 2020 with the start of the pandemic, and so there was a lot of volunteers that have helped out. They're in the bottom paragraph there, and a lot of them whose names I don't remember anymore, but yeah, a lot of people's hands here. So we're going to zoom into San Juan Island. So this is located in San Juan County, and we lost my large scale slide, which will probably pop up later. And so this is in False Bay Creek Watershed, which is about a third of San Juan Island, the southern third. And this is in the ag, as you can see, is in the agricultural part of this watershed. The two green lakes there up the upper left are upper and lower Lake Zylstra reservoirs built in the 60s. And then you can pretty much see a lot of the channel downstream of that. This channel here is False Bay Creek. And then the channel that's coming down from the right. So flow is from top to bottom. And then the side is the black circle there. And that's what we're going to talk about. False Bay Creek is listed under 303D list for temperature and bacteria. So one of the advantages of working in this lower False Bay watershed is that there's a lot of conservation ownership. Besides having the land bank, which are lands in kind of the rose colored, we also have the San Juan Preservation Trust, which is really a very functional land trust, private land trust, owns a lot of land in the San Juan Islands. And yeah, so between the two organizations, there's quite a bit of property to work on, and we are starting to work in there. This was really my first foray into the lower watershed, and we're starting to expand that. We're working. We've got a ecology grant to work up here on what's called Red Mill Farm. And then down at the bottom here is False Bay, UW, University of Washington, False Bay Biological Preserve, and that's a bit of their property as well. This is the missing slide. So San Juan Islands are really, so we're kind of a pipsqueak. We were just talking about Skagit watershed for the last couple of presentations. We're, just a blip on that landscape, but we're all, we all have some larger forcing mechanisms that we're dealing with. For the San Juan Islands, at least the marine waters, it's the outflow of the Fraser. This was during the the Pineapple Expresses we had in mid-November. But we all have forcing mechanisms that are driving stuff that we're experiencing. So one of the things that for me is really important, especially in this ag land that's been farmed for so long, is understanding the site history. This particular property that we're working on is a naturally wind-deposited depression wetland, which was identified in the General Land Office back in 1874. There was about a 35-year period when the property was ditched, and actually most of the lower watershed was ditched. San Juan Islands back in the 20s had over 500 farms, which is kind of amazing to consider, considering the land area we have. And quite a bit of ag going on here. This is really predates Eastern Washington farming. The 1980s, duck hunters purchased property and they encouraged winter flooding. So in 22 to 56, there was really an effort to dry out the property, to ignore the fact that it was a depressional wetland. The wetlands reinvigorated in the 80s. That continued through 98. There was a new owner, conservation owner, who allowed hunting to continue and then also grazing. That grazing land manager in 2004 wanted to reactivate the ditching district of the past. And so they went out there without permits and they got busted by DFW and the Corps. That led to an enforcement action and a really rather poor designed mitigation. In 2006, False Bay Creek corridor was fenced. In 2008, the San Juan County Land Bank purchased, and that's what we got. So this is a site. This is from February 1st to 2020. So you can see this obviously a depressional wetland. But this is really flat area as ag fields like this are. And but this is a particularly wet part of the ag, kind of this False Bay Creek corridor. And that really kind of determines what you're going to do here and what's possible. As a note, it actually makes it really hard to do riparian planting, especially bare roots. This site was flooded again in February in 2021. I had to burn up WACD's plants because bare root plants I was going to put in the ground. Actually, that was in 2020. In 2021, we did get them in the ground. But then it's been flooded from mid-November through now again. So this is an 04 aerial photo. The site we're looking at is this square right here. This is a project area, 40 acres. So as you can see, there's a lot of wetland. So this is False Bay Creek coming down here. This is San Juan Valley Creek coming down here. So you can see mostly west of False Bay Creek is wetland, very clearly a wetland. This is right before the creek was ditched. And which led to the enforcement actions. So planting remediation, this was done by either the contract crews for the mitigation or by San Juan County Land Bank. There was a few clumps of willows that somebody had planted before 2004 that weren't that old, but maybe the conservation landowner had them put in. For the mitigation, they put in just over 1,000 Sitka and Pacific willows. And this is just on the east side of False Bay Creek. FBC, by the way, is False Bay Creek. SJVC is San Juan Valley Creek. So they were just looking at replanting where the ditch had occurred, which was on the east side of False Bay Creek. And that actually, the understanding that is really important to understanding why these plants survived is because they were basically planted in a very disturbed site. Because what they did was they filled in the old ditch and then they planted that with these willows. It's a very important piece of information. The False Land Bank came in 2009 to 10 and replaced about a third of the willows that had died and added 100 dogwood. Land Bank really didn't do any site prep. about one time a year, and this has continued on through 2015. They would come in and they would use hand grass size to to scythe around the willows about once a year, maybe a couple feet radius, and that was it. It was very low maintenance. So San Juan Valley Creek. So False Bay Creek was fenced in 2006. San Juan Valley Creek was fenced in 2015. And they used a strategy of wrapping the willows in burlap, just little burlap strips. And then they used plastic 4-foot tubes for the bare root plants, trees and shrubs. So this is a drawing for the mitigation. Pet peeve here. We're all, a lot of us are stream people. I come from a stream restoration background. People see a ditch in a wetland and they immediately think, we've got to remeander this ditch into a stream. I would say, especially since this is depressional wetland, this is a depositional site. We don't need to force a meandered creek, which is really a meandered ditch, into a straightened ditch. We need to do wetland restoration here. And it's been a really tough concept to gain a foothold locally. And it's not just local folks, it's folks that come in from the outside, have the same sort of bias. So in this drawing, these here are log jams, which I think have some utility. Over the short term and long term. They did put gravel spawning pads in here and here, which in a depositional environment are virtually useless, and are buried somewhere under the muck now. And really what we want to do is we want the site to become more of a wetland, become what it was historically, and the channel will find its route through the forcing mechanisms of the vegetation and whatever trees and wood that are there. But it's but we want certainty, and that's not the way to get certainty. Anyway, I'm happy to talk more about that afterwards. So site map, 2009. So this is when False Bay Creek was fenced. You can see the fence line here. San Juan Valley Creek is still open to cattle grazing. This site had 2 pastures then, the west side and the east side. Now it has 3 because San Juan Valley Creek's been fenced in 2015. But definitely an ag focus. We have about 8 acres total with both creeks fenced now in riparian corridor. So this is 2 different kind of examples. 2008, and actually, so this shows the site in 2008. It actually was planted in 2006 and 7. So this is a couple years of reed canary grass growth, and still it's looking pretty. Reed canary grass is not all that, not all that thick compared to 2019, where you have about 13 years of reed canary grass growth, and you can see the orange helmets of the WCC crew kind of buried in that. So I started this, I threw the WCC crew out there and said good luck, and quickly realized that it was a futile operation and I had to change my strategy quickly. And so they went out there and they did the best they could in really tough circumstances. And then we shifted to more mechanical means of site prep after that. But this is False Bay Creek, the east side of False Bay Creek. So this is actually the creek here. So that's why they were planting the east side, because that was all disturbed through the ditching. But really, there is very modest competition by grasses or by any kind of grasses or rushes in this. It's really a good site for willow growth. And you can see why they're fairly successful. By 2020, this willow right here was one of these was planted. There was a nice little corridor that's come up from that effort. So they really were able to take advantage of the site conditions in order to minimally do site prep, do virtually no site prep, and virtually no site maintenance. They were successful with that at that time. So this is False Bay Creek in 2013. So it's still, Salmon Valley Creek is still open, and False Bay Creek is still fenced. There's some willow along False Bay Creek and a little bit on Salmon Valley Creek, but that's very minimal stuff. You can't really see the stems that the land bank is planted, which are, a lot of them are on Salmon Valley Creek on the east side of False Bay Creek. They're just too small. They've taken a lot of time to get established, so they're just not noticeable in this photo. So this is Salmon Valley Creek, and so we're looking downstream in this photo, down south. And so in the top photo, 2015. So when you see in an ag field a lot of juncus, rush, which cattle do not like to graze, and it basically looks like a lawn. This is a well-prepared site for planting. This is a heavily grazed site. Now, normally in November, the grasses die back a bit, but still, if they would have been as thick as they are in June 2020, you would still see the matting, which you don't see. And I forgot to mention, in the earlier photo I showed of the site with the orange helmets, they were standing on a foot of thatch. In some cases, it was so thick, it was like standing on bales of hay. So we were, so really site prep is critical for, I think, for survival. And what happened, so this is June 2020 down the bottom photo. And we really pretty much lost the site. We planted in November 2019, COVID hit, and I lost my work crews. WCC was not able to come out the islands until August of 2020. So I was using volunteers. We were doing the best we can. I was out here every Friday, all summer long, mostly by myself mowing and weed whacking, sometimes with one or two volunteers. I wore the volunteers out very quickly. Yeah, it was kind of a tough go. And I'll talk about that in a sec. So this is more of, this is right after Salmon Valley Creek was fenced in the top photo. And they planted some willows along the creek, had pretty good success. Even with trees the size you see down at the bottom, voles started to nibble on those trees. And so it's even, 4 years later, they still needed some weed whacking because voles were starting to work on them. In a lot of sites, voles will also chew on root networks, but this site is so wet that they're all above ground. And so our strategy really is to keep the area open so that raptors and owls and whatever can, and there's a fox that's local here, can have at it, can hunt them. So False Bay Preserve in 2016. So this, as you can see, the fencing that we just saw is up. So both creeks are fully fenced. You can see the willows are starting to come on, the ones that were planted in 2006, 7, 2009, 10 on the east side of False Bay Creek are starting to come on and be observable. The whole thing's starting to expand. It's really looking good. A lot of bare spots still. And really, this was kind of the end of the land bank's work. They just got overwhelmed with this site. They lost control of the site, and they kind of just, it was too much for them to handle. And then I came in on board in 2019. And so really had a site that was fully occupied by canary grass, dense, So really the first step, as I kind of indicated, was site prep. We started with weed whacking. That was futile on this site. And in the summer, I rented a brush mower that was attached to an excavator. I had one of the road crew come out with the county excavator and just brush mow the entire site. If in hindsight, if I'd have known about flail mowers at that point, I would have rented a flail mower. But I didn't know about flail mowers. Actually, the brush mower got bogged down on an excavator. The canary grass was so thick that you could hear it just almost come to a standstill if it tried to do too much, which is pretty amazing. In October, I wasn't really happy with the brush mowing preparation site prep, so I went out. I rented a flail mower that's on front of a bobcat, tracked bobcat, and went out and ran it around myself. Got in trouble for that with the union, and got it stuck, and I had to have the road crew come out and bail me out. And we also sprayed glyphosate with the WCC crew on a small portion of the site, and then we got weathered out on that. So we'll be able to talk about that. So on November 19, WCC crew came in and planted about 9,000 willow stakes, Sitka Pacific and Hooker, really tight spacing, 4x4 spacing. And the idea here is to shade out the canary grass as soon as possible. And what I've noticed is that voles do not like full canopy closure. They, for whatever reason, they like to run around grass, and so there's very little grass in there, so they're not found under there. And so, this is both vole control and canary control. Summer weed whacking, just trying to get back control of the site. We finally got control of it towards the end of 2020. Lost a bunch of seedlings in the process. And then November, replanted about a quarter of what we had planted originally. And then 2021, bare roots planted in March in the pasture grass. It's very easy to tell the difference between where canary grass is and where pasture grass is. I mean, you can just look at it, but it's very easy to tell the difference in soil moisture. Canary grass does not like drier soils. So there's a very distinct line between the two. And that was the line between willow and bare root trees and shrubs. Unfortunately, we had the heat dome in June, so those bare roots really suffered this summer. So here's this, excuse me. So here's a site in 2019. It's before the planting, before our site preps. This is kind of what we saw when we came out there in the springtime. And this is what it looked like after we did site prep. So, to me, a proper site prep for canary grass that's that thick is this. I mean, ecologically, it looks terrible. It looks like a golf course. But in terms of getting the canary grass under control, because it's a monoculture, you really need to get the site to this level so you can properly maintain it after that. I planted 750 red osier dogwood. Unfortunately, I planted them in an area of the channel that was anoxic, almost well above 90% mortality, which I was really bummed about. But the willows did quite well, and we harvested a bunch of the Hooker and Sitka to further plan out the site because I had under purchased. And this is a planting bar that we borrowed from the Skagit fisheries. Very effective. So here we have that photo we were looking at before with the WCC crew. same site, November 2019. This is a particular site that had been sprayed. I originally had wanted it to be spraying in strips, but that turned out to be functionally impossible. And so they ended up spraying the whole site. And that turned out to be the easiest site to maintain because it did kill all the canary grass. There was still a healthy amount of seed source. So that resprouted, but then you were dealing with young canary grass plants that were easy to mow and maintain rather than resprouting from a very deep root network. Okay, so this little circle is a willow, and this is what we had to deal with in terms of, so one of the lessons learned is remember when you've site prepped and you've got a golf course, that the golf course is going to change. And so when I made the decision to cut those willows from 6 to 3 feet, I didn't really think this through very well. It was kind of a spur of the moment decision. What I did learn though is those 3-footers, if we did get the canary grass smashed down around it, they did quite well, but they needed to be not suppressed. Probably I suffered quite a bit of mortality too. But basically, if we had just let this site grow, the canary grass would have grown up, and then it falls over, and then that forms the first layer of mat. And then as years go by, more and more layers, and creates thicker and thicker of a mat. It becomes really, and that those canes fall over and smash these little plants down. So if you're not going to maintain this site, then you have to plant really tall stems. And the problem with that is you've got a tall 4 to 6 feet above the ground, but you only have 1.5 feet in the ground. And so that thing is either going to die or it's going to sit there for quite a while as it grows out its roots. Anyway, you can see is kind of what I talked about there. I really wish I had to put in more other shrubs, twin-bearing dogwood, which were available at WCD, but I didn't do that. I was so focused on trying to control the canary grass. My main lesson is hang in there, don't give up. I was kind of ready to give up summer of 2020, but we hung in there, and this is the site that was sprayed. It's doing quite well. This reached canopy closure last September. We're not going to maintain this anymore. And yeah. Budget. Probably spent more money than I needed to or wanted to on this site, but a lot of maintenance. And really, I think a lot of our maintenance budget is a result of the fact that we did not spray a glyphosate product here. There's a lot of bad press about glyphosate, and it's a tough one really to do socially anymore, but it's very effective. And really, glyphosate, it's the surfactant that's you have to worry about for the toxicity. Glyphosate by itself is not hugely toxic. And that's it.
So there are a few questions. One is somebody was wondering what the acreage and the planting density was.
Well, the entire fence side is 8 acres. You have some willow clumps that were already there. And you have stream channels, which are pretty modest. And we were planning a 4x4 spacing, which I believe, gosh, I don't remember what the trees per acre that is, but I think it's 2,700 trees per acre. So it's really dense. So what's going to have to happen really is once you achieve canopy closure, and then it's going to be kind of a thinning operation to thin over time. And I would urge folks who come in after me, and it's going to be somebody else because I retire this year, but is to thin and try to underplant other shrubs to increase the diversity.
Mhm. What sort of success was there in the area scalped, and how deep did you scalp?
So scalping was just using some tools. It's basically you're just scraping back the grass mat. So it's just, the first couple inches, just down to bare soil. So you still have the root network and everything. So it resprouts, but it kind of removes the thatch. So we we really, I would say we also, one of the things I forgot to mention is we've also ring sprayed there, and I forgot to put that in there. So with the scalping, really, we've done that with the willow areas quite a bit, and we've also ring sprayed those on top. Scalping seems to be a lot more effective in the pasture grass. Seems to control that a little bit better than canary grass. Just shoots back quite quickly.
What kind of efficacy did you see with the glyphosate treatment versus the mechanical mowing treatment?
Well, with mechanical mowing, you're just making yourself feel better. So the efficacy with mechanical mowing is all above ground. You're just trying to keep the biomass down so you don't have the canary grass burying the stems until they're big enough. So really our strategy here, so this site here, so behind us was the site that had canopy closure. This is looking forward. By the way, this stem right in front of us here was a 3-foot willow. So some of them just exploded. So yeah, so I think, I would have, there's a colleague at the land bank, Peter Giuze, which I really recommend you guys have come talk to you. And he worked down the Willamette and did, large industrial scale riparian conversion from ag to riparian, and they use glyphosate products as their first step. And often what they do is they do it 2 years. So they spray glyphosate, they site prep, mow it, it would rebound, get up to 6 inches to a foot. They'd spray it, and then they'd wait for the seed to re-sprout, and then they spray it again, and then they would go in and plant. And they found that their maintenance costs were much, much less than kind of what we did here. This is really a nightmare in terms of maintenance because you got to be on this multiple times during a growing season. It's expensive. But that is the trade-off you do. If you don't spray, you're going to be out there site prepping, or maintaining quite a bit.
Are there farmers on San Juan Island who could farm the land under contract for willow production?
I'm sorry. Oh, contract. So we bought these from WACD. We have talked about, we could actually use this site as a source site for more willow. So that's a possibility. There are other willow areas. It comes down to a cost benefit thing. How much does it cost for a crew, which costs, a WCC crew is around $5,000 a week. And a willow stake is 60 cents to $1. It's really a cost benefit thing. I appreciate the fact that local seed source is really useful, but you really have to balance, your budget.
Have you or others used plant-based thick matting for temporary weed suppression instead of opaque woven landscape fabric such as coir or jute or coconut fiber matting? If so, what product?
Yeah, so for something this size, I just think it would be too expensive, and especially this site. You remember that it's entirely underwater for a month or 2 months. So it's not feasible at this particular site. I do know that Esplenda does contract weather mitigation, and they use landscape fabric, and they're very successful. But it's we really have a plastic-free Salish seas. That's a hashtag that we're trying to avoid using plastic in the San Juans. So luckily, we don't have a whole lot of deer browse here. We have one buck. He rubs a little bit, but virtually no deer out here because it's out in the middle of an ag field, and deer really don't like the spot. There's not enough cover for him. So we luckily don't have to deal with deer browse. So yeah, I think, in the future, maybe further sites upstream, we might be able to try some sort of suppression like that, but not at this site.
There are many congratulations for your retirement in the chat. Congratulations.
Thank you. I saw some familiar names out there.
Byron, you mentioned early on thinking about this as a wetland restoration versus necessarily like a stream channel restoration. Could you just mention some of the different, I guess, goals or outcomes that you would envision in a successful wetland restoration?
Yeah, it's been interesting. That's Adam, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I have a colleague, he's a fish biologist, he's retired, he's really competent. And he's like, we need to get those guys out here to ditch it again. It's like, dude, we're not going to ditch this site. All right. Come on. It's a wetland, so there's just this, and he's not alone in that thinking. So my goal here, and he says we're out here without a plan. It's like, no, we got a plan. It's just not the plan you want. So my goal here is like, let's put on a track where we can reintroduce beaver, because he wants a rearing habitat, and what better way to have rearing habitat than to maintain these ponds longer than the month or two they're here during the winter. So historically, I don't know this, but I'm pretty sure that this lower valley was just full of beaver ponds. There is one mention in the GLO maps about winter ponded areas, and that Salmon Valley or Falls Bay Creek was perennial one time. It's not anymore. There's 60 artificial ponds in the watershed. But but I think so. That's my thinking for this site.
Jason Anderson is a riparian ecologist for the Stillaguamish Tribe of Indians Natural Resources Department. He currently manages projects focused on riparian restoration in the Stillaguamish River Basin, with a focus on invasive plant control, native vegetation installation, native plant production, and monitoring. In addition to the riparian projects, he has managed on teams to implement construction projects for fish passage, in-stream wood structures, and wetland mitigation. Prior to working in the realm of habitat restoration, Jason served as a Peace Corps volunteer at the Institute of Forest Ecology in Zvolen, Slovakia. He holds a bachelor's in aquatic wildlife biology from the University of Montana and a master's degree in freshwater ecology from Western Washington University. And Andrew Zeiders works as the restoration crew lead for the Stillaguamish Tribe of Indians Natural Resources Department and has served in that role since 2015. As the crew lead, he implements riparian restoration projects, directing offenders work crews. Andrew received his BS in ecology from Seattle Pacific University.
Just a quick note, Andrew and I have prepared this presentation together, so we will be switching off from time to time on some of the slides. What we'll be speaking about today, as you can see by the title, is our experience working with offenders crews in our riparian restoration program. As it was kind of mentioned in the introduction, we do work for Stillaguamish Tribe Natural Resources Department, and so many of the project examples that were shared today by some of the presenters this afternoon are very, very similar to the projects that we undertake. We do focus our efforts mainly in the Stillaguamish River Basin. And a quick side note, some of the introductory titles of the slide you'll notice are in quotation marks, and that's very unique to us, because as you can kind of imagine, working with a group of inmates over time, we kind of get an education from some of the things that they say amongst themselves or to us. Some of those things we can't really put on public slides, but the ones that we feel that were pertinent to today's presentation, we are going to try to share with you. And so we'll try to give a brief description of what each of these title quotations mean. Okay?
Yeah, utilizing an offender's crew. Here's our quote. Where are we going? What are we doing? That was a quote every single day that one of the offenders would ask us as we showed up. So this is our outline slide. So we'll be talking about what an offender's crew is. We'll compare and contrast them to a traditional contractor, and like Byron used a WCC crew. I'm sure a lot of you practitioners have used WCC crews. So we'll kind of compare and contrast that. Nuts and bolts, what does it look like on a day-to-day basis to work with them? The pros and cons of working with them, and then also the benefits of collaboration. So kind of what does the tribe get out of it, and what do the offenders and also the correction officers get out of it? Then there will be a short video after we get through it all, and Jason will talk about that, and then we'll transition into our Q&A. So what does a typical crew like? We've got usually 6 to 8 crew members that come out on a daily basis with one corrections officer. It is a all men's program. It is a contract through Monroe Corrections Complex. So it is an all men's facility. As all of you know, with COVID, things have changed a little bit. So instead of a 6 to 8 man crew, it's 4 to 6 now, based on trying to get people in a van. They come outfitted with very limited gear and PPE. It's pretty basic. And so they don't come with much. And they also come out in a 2-wheel drive van. So when you're going out to these work sites, don't forget your tow strap.
Okay, so like Andrew mentioned, there are a number of different ways in which we can get restoration completed on the ground, right? We can use our staff members, contractors, volunteer programs, and of course, as what we're talking about today, of course, offenders crews. Now, at the Natural Resources Department here, we have utilized all of these different methods. So essentially what we're hoping to do is kind of share some of the things that we've learned today, just to kind of give a little bit of background on the unique parts about working with an offenders crew. Okay, so same but different, right? This is a phrase that has come up more than once. It kind of highlights the fact that, yeah, it's similar in a sense, but then it's different. So, you know, this is our compare and contrast slide. So what I want to do is just make sure we're all on the same page. So sharing, you know, some ideas about these different types of contractors. So a traditional contractor, right, that's the person or the company that you would hire to do a specific job. They come with their own materials, their own labor, and get the job done that's specified. And oftentimes they're selected through some kind of a competitive bid process. That's what I kind of mean by a traditional contractor. Now, a WCC crew, Washington Conservation Corps crew, is another means of a contract crew, as Byron alluded to in the previous presentation. So AmeriCorps crew, as you know, is essentially composed of maybe 4 to 5 workers and then a crew supervisor. And those workers serve for a defined duration, maybe a 6-month or an 11-month term. And then after the term of service is complete, then the crew will turn over and there will be a new crew. An offenders crew, like Andrew mentioned, is made up of, say, 6 to 8 men who are supervised and transported by a corrections officer. They don't come with tools. They have limited PPE. And so they perform basically non-skilled type labor, okay? And it's an unskilled labor primarily for the benefit of the community. So the similarities that you might see between a traditional and AmeriCorps and an offenders crew would be the fact that they all perform services under a work agreement or a contract. There's an invoicing mechanism for paying them. There's a defined work day, defined work hours that they work, and there's an organizational structure or chain of command where you have a boss, so to speak. And but there are some major differences, of course. Like I mentioned before, the offenders crew really doesn't come with a lot of tools. They are in prison. They're not just coming from their homes. And one major difference is with a traditional contractor, of course, once the job is complete, the job is complete, they're done, they go on, they go away to the next job. AmeriCorps crews and offenders crews are somewhat similar, just in the sense of they are coming back to the host agency every day, and they're completing tasks that are lined out and organized, led by the host agency. Okay. So then, kind of begs the questions: are offenders volunteers? Well, again, kind of, sort of, same, but different, okay? With some groups of volunteers, the level of experience can vary dramatically depending on who comes out to work on a given day. Say, for example, if you are running a volunteer program for a planting or an ivy removal project, you never quite know what level of expertise, experience, or skills that group of people is going to come with, okay? And for those groups that are familiar with volunteer programs, there is a certain level of staff coordination and logistical support to help support those volunteers to get the tasks done that you'd like to get done during the day. Okay? So those are some ways that they're kind of sort of similar, but in a sense, no, definitely not. Offenders are not volunteers, right? In one sense, they do receive an hourly gratuity. Okay, so they do make some money while they're out working with us. And again, another stark difference is that they do live and come from prison. So they work together during the day, and then they go home together in the evening. They eat and recreate together. They're always together. They just don't go home to their own individual homes.
So that leads us to the next slide, and kind of our position as contracting with them. Are we project managers or volunteer coordinators? Well, the answer is yes. We act as a crew lead, a volunteer coordinator, an educator, and we also are a laborer alongside them. So even though we have a contract and therefore they are a contractor, they come as a general labor force and are not trained or specialized, so they act a lot more, like Jason was saying, more like volunteers in that sense, where you have to train them up. So you have to be out with them pretty much on a day-to-day basis, teaching and training, which leads to my kind of position as a crew lead, where I'm out there on a regular basis with them, showing them exactly what we need done, and then doing training on how to properly use tools and that kind of stuff. And we also act as educators. We're out there teaching them plant identification. We're teaching them mostly aspects of all the restoration, so planting, mowing, how we want to take care of plants, the plant ID, the reason why we're out there doing what we do. We're not just out there killing weeds and planting trees for no reason. Yeah, we are out there doing it for salmon recovery. And then, like we said, you're also a laborer. We are hired to do this job, and so we go out with them and we labor alongside them, which allows us to also build a rapport with them, which helps in the long-term motivation of those guys. You're not just sending them out to do the nasty mowing reed canary grass, digging blackberries in 38-degree weather, pouring down rain, and just pointing our finger and saying, good luck, go do it. We're actually out there doing stuff with them. And so on a day-to-day basis, we're pretty much filling 4 types of hats, and while we're interacting with them. So, typical day. On a typical day, the crew leaves the facility around 6 a.m. And they have to be back in by 2. So the correction officer will grab the guys. They will leave the facility and they will arrive to our field station that we have set up for them. It's a place where they can keep their gear. They can get have their breakfast there, and basically get ready to go out and meet us out at a field site, which then once they get their gear, we'll meet up with them at the field station or at the field site, depending on if we've been there or not with them. So we'll go out, line them out for the day. Hey, this is what we're doing. We're weed whacking today, or we're planting today. In a typical day, we get 4 to 5 hours worth of work, depending on where the site is, how long it takes to get there. And they usually work for about 2 hours, take their lunch break, work for another hour or 2, and then go back to field station and then return back to their facility, and which they have to be in by 2. So there is definitely a time constraint. There's no kind of fudging the time frame on a typical day with them. And I'm sure all you are wondering, what do they eat for lunch? This is a highly sought after lunch. All right. As you can see in the top left-hand side, there is this lovely wrapped piece of bologna. It's not quite as good as some of the bologna that was before COVID. They would affectionately call it buckshot beforehand. You'd end up with little pieces of peppercorn in it. And then you can make your sandwich, with bologna, a little bit of relish, some cheese, and then your bread. Then, of course, for your second sandwich, you can have peanut butter and jelly. And, or you could, take the hard-boiled eggs, crack them up, make an egg salad sandwich, get some chips, gotta have your fruit, gotta have your fortified beverage. It's got all the good stuff for you.
Kind of like Tang.
Kind of like Tang or Gatorade. And dessert. So now that that's over, what are interactions with them? You need to set expectations early and show them exactly what you want. So you need to have a good and clear line of communication. And that needs to happen with both the correction officers and with the offenders. Your correction officers are going to know the guys really well, going to know kind of how they function as a group, kind of an insight into their lives. So having a good relationship and a good open, clear communication with the correction officer goes a long way. And just like you would any other professional relationship, you need to treat the offenders the same way. They are contracted to come out and do a job. They have limited training, so you're going to be training them and doing that. But they come out as if it is a job, and they want to work and they will work for you. And as long as you just treat them with respect and get to know them and understand what is appropriate in a professional relationship, it goes a long way to build rapport with them. And you end up with really well-motivated crews. And along that line, you typically end up with a quote-unquote crew lead, who is one of the offenders who's usually a natural leader and motivator for the group. And the correction officer can help you out with that and kind of figure that out. Or you just observe it and you just see a lot of the guys kind of looking up to somebody. And it goes a long way to really make sure that you have a good interaction with that person as well, because they can keep all the other offenders on task if you're not there for the day, and just kind of keep them doing what you're going to need to be doing on a day-to-day basis and do it properly with the way you've trained them. And you got to trust them in what you teach them and go out, but you always have to verify too. So always do an inspection, you know, when they say that they're done, and have them redo anything that's not up to spec. One example of that is we had a good site. Guys were doing their thing, and I was walking through doing a plant inspection, and I was like, oh, that looks funny. Reach in, look at some plants. I'm like, huh, those are 2 different species. Wait, no, pull it out. 13 bare root plants in one hole. So it's not all rosy and good, and you do need to inspect and make sure that they're not trying to pull a fast one on you, and just get out of the work. So how we doing, boss? So here's the pros and cons, or some of them, for working with the crew. One of the pros, it's a very low hourly and daily cost for the time of the offenders and the correction officer. You end up with really enthusiastic workers. They are excited. The crew guys are very excited to be outside. You know, as you can imagine, being in prison is not enjoyable. And so having the ability to come out and be outside and do work, kind of put your head down and do that, goes a long way for them. And then you also get oversight of training on your programmatic priorities. So for us, some of those priorities are safety. I mean, that's a huge one. You basically get to train them in weed whacker safety and just general safety and maintenance while you're working with equipment. You get to train them on, hey, you know, it's a windy day, we're not going to be working out in the woods. We, as in multiple presentations earlier, you know, there's trees that fall, and it's just not safe to be in the woods at certain times, and being able to pass that on and let them know, like, hey, you know, you can train them exactly how you want things done and when it's safe to be doing things. Some of the cons, the logistical support is intense because they don't come outfitted, they don't necessarily come trained, they need you to go out and be with them at each work site and make sure that there is oversight in that. You also end up with worker turnover. Most of the offenders who come out with us have 3 years or less left on their sentence. And so some guys you'll have on the crew for 3 years, and it's great. You know, train them up once or twice and they're good to go for the entire time. Other times you end up with guys who are in there for less than 6 months and they are only there for 3. And so you end up having to train workers and go over stuff multiple times often. So it just takes time. And then you end up with lost productivity because the workday includes from the time they process the workers in and out of the facility, and then travel time to and from the field station, and then also your travel time from the field station out to your site, however long that is. So those are some of the pros and cons, but overall, I think we think it's highly beneficial for both sides.
Agreed. Right. So, you know, what does Snoqualmie Tribe Natural Resources get out of this? And as you can see, we do have that test-trained team of workers that is trained up and able to go out to a lot of our work sites to do the labor associated with riparian restoration. Has been an ongoing partnership since 2015 with State Department of Corrections. So we do feel like there's a benefit to this to outweigh the costs or the cons, if you will. Of course, the crew does get laid into the facility for certain periods of time, and that can be related to inclement weather when travel conditions are unsafe to transport them. Or it could be, of course, during COVID times, we experienced a very lengthy However, at the end of the day, our department does have the ability to affect a large number of acres throughout the Snoqualmie. So, kind of turning the coin on that one, what do the corrections officers and the workers get out of it? Well, first and foremost, they work outside as opposed to in a prison, and their enthusiasm does show when they're out working with us, even on days when the weather is quite poor. and they are able to work individually, especially during the times when it's appropriate to just put your head down and weed whack and get your work done. But then also we do present this as a team opportunity for them to come together to work efficiently, cooperatively to get the tasks done that we task them with. At times, things don't always go to plan, and we have to change things up and problem solve in the field. And, you know, that goes both ways. Andrew and I have learned a lot of things from these workers because a lot of them do come from a working background or a blue-collar background. They're not afraid of working. They're not afraid of rolling their sleeves up and getting things done. And a lot of them are very, very savvy when it comes to solving problems. And learned a lot from them in that sense. And one last thing that I think it's important is we do get to share with these workers and the corrections office exposure to a tribal perspective when it comes to land management or habitat restoration, all natural resource management, tribes' natural resources. So with that, we'd like to share with you a short video. This runs for about 1.5 minutes. I'll narrate as we go through here, and this is probably a good time to collect your thoughts. And if you do have any questions, go ahead and put them in the questions, and we'll go ahead and see about answering those in a little bit. So what we're looking at is some footage of one of our restoration sites. This is a wetland site near Fish Creek, and this is roughly a 25-acre site that the Defenders crew has been tasked with planting and maintaining. It's a multi-year site in terms of we had to phase the planting over 2 planting seasons. What we're looking at is we're traveling from north to south, and as we go along, what you'll see is some of the progress that they've made in certain areas with reed canary grass control. There's some large patches of reed canary grass. Byron, if you're still on, you might recognize the lay of the land. It's very similar to the project site you're sharing with us. So this kind of gives you a sense of these guys out working. You know, they're, again, working individually and yet working kind of collectively as a team. They've come up with kind of a game plan in terms of how they're going to approach the site. Okay. And, you know, they're kind of responsible for each other, and the corrections officer is not necessarily standing right over them every single minute of every single day. That would be impossible on a large site like this. You know, he's in the community, but guys are largely self-motivated, working hard, and doing a really good job. And it's been a very beneficial program that we've been able to collaborate with Department of Corrections on for the past 5 years. So with that, we'll conclude. We want to thank you very much for your attention. I know it's the last presentation of the day, and we did get off to a bit of a rocky start, so I thank you for your patience on that one. But happy to answer questions, and if anybody has any very specific questions, please feel free to email us.
Thank you very much, Andrew and Jason. We do have some questions. One person is wondering, are there certain offenders who cannot participate in your program based on their crime?
The answer to the question is yes. The Department of Corrections has a very structured way in which they select certain offenders to participate in this program. In fact, the section of the Rural Corrections Complex is composed of minimum security release inmates, and only those folks within that particular camp could even be eligible to come out for this program. And then beyond that, not only do they have to be part of the camp, but then they have to go through both psychological and physical evaluations to make sure that they are vetted to be able to come out and participate.
Could you compare the costs and productivity for the correction crew versus the WCC versus contractors? Or do you have an idea of the weekly costs for the crew?
Sure. Yeah. Well, let's put it this way. The cost for the offenders crew does vary, and it basically varies on the number of workers that come out. But I would say it's probably around $450 a day. So it's roughly half the cost, say, of a Washington Conservation Corps crew. And the majority of that cost does go for the correction officer's salary. Very difficult, I would have to say, in order to try to compare output or throughput for amount of work that could be done. So I would say they work hard. They do work very hard, and they're on task. Once they arrive, they're moving, they're going. The corrections officer has them going. There's not a lot of stand around time. We can get a lot done with them.
Yeah, I would say you get a solid, that 4 or 5 hours of work is pure work out of them.
Who do you contact about getting one of these correction crews to come out on your site?
You know, that's a good question. I would have to say the first thing to do would probably take a look at where your work site would be located, and get on the Department of Corrections website to find out where the different facilities are. And I would suggest probably trying to start making an initial inquiry with someone within that facility who would be within, say, component of the corrections department that would be kind of a public relations type person to try to get that initial contact. I know each individual facility is a little bit different, and so we only really have a good idea with the folks at the Monroe Corrections, but there's other facilities throughout the state that offer similar programs.
And can you specify how long this program has been running with Stillaguamish and about how many acres you have treated?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, how long have you been working with the correction crews, and approximately how many acres have you restored?
We started working with the State Department of Corrections crews in 2015, and I would estimate the number of acres we've worked on with them over the course of time would be in the.
Well, you cut out there at the end. What was that?
Okay. We began working with the Monroe Corrections Complex in 2015, and my estimate of the number of acres that we've affected would be in the hundreds. Each site is unique, of course. Some are weed control sites, some are planting sites, some are weed control and planting sites. So throughout those different combinations, yeah, we've affected many acres.
Have you ever worked with the correction crews to apply herbicide?
At this point in time, no. No, we have not. That is an element where it does kind of introduce a little additional risk, mainly because of the nature of the fact that these workers are not, don't have their pesticide application licenses. So up till now, we've elected to utilize Stillaguamish Tribe Natural Resources Department staff who are licensed to do herbicide application.
And there's a question saying, I'm wondering how you guys chose Department of Correction crews over WCC. What was the decision-making process for that?
Well, you know, that's a good question. I wouldn't say that it was a choice over Washington Conservation Corps. When I was first hired 10, 11 years ago, at the time, the tribe's Natural Resources Department was contracting with Snohomish County corrections crews. And so for about the first 5 years when I worked here, we would work with the county corrections crew. And then around 2013, 2014, the county discontinued that program. And my supervisor at the time said, hey, what about the State Department of Corrections? And so we pursued that. I think it was one of those types of situations where this department had kind of a long history utilizing corrections crews or offenders crews. And in previous jobs, I have worked with Washington Conservation Corps crews for many years. So I don't want to present it as a this one's better, this one's better. They're just different. I feel that each one brings its own unique set of skill sets and level of experience to the task of riparian restoration. It's the intent of this presentation is just to kind of explain the model that this Squamish Tribe Natural Resources Department has pursued. It's just different. Same, but different.
Okay, and the last question is, are the crews made up of mixed genders or are the crews single gendered? And based on your experience, would there be any concern or issues having oversight executed by the opposite gender or non-binary?
So they come from an all men's facility. And so the crews are exclusively made up of men. And I don't think we have had any issues, and I couldn't imagine there being any issues with that. And if anything did arise with, say, non-binary, like a crew lead or something, I think the officers would squash that very quickly, and that crew member would no longer be allowed to work on that crew.
And I would add one additional comment to that. We do have several female staff members in our work team that regularly interact with the corrections officers and the crew members, and we haven't had any issues that have come out of it. The corrections officers and the workers essentially a professional working relationship.
Well, with that, I think we have reached the end of our program for today. And now Regina Wandler with the Skagit Land Trust is going to give us some closing remarks.
Thanks, Andrea. Today was packed full of good talks. We started the day off learning about some great new data sets and approaches from Tim, Brian, and Jon that can help all of us do better work. And after lunch, we heard some lessons learned from the field to increase success and stretch our resources further from Brenda, Curt, Byron, Jason, and Andrew. I know I'll be bringing some of the information from today back to my work and hope it's been useful for everyone else as well. Thank you so much to all of our wonderful presenters for the time and energy you put in to share what you have learned with everyone today. We really appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who attended and helped make this a successful event. And for taking time, if you are available, to fill out the post-conference survey that will go out to help make sure that as we organize these, we're actually meeting people's needs and organizing something that's worthwhile for everyone. So that's all. Have a great rest of your day, everybody. Thank you.